Things Out the Pocket podcast. It is me, ZetaZephyr, and it seems my amazing predictions have come true yet again. 1 year ago, almost to this day, I predicted the end of the premium format. Stand back and be realistic. Your format is dead. It has been dead for 3 years. It's been a dead man walking. And that's fine and dandy. But move over, you are now Cardfight Vanguard Legacy Edition, and it's time for the actual Cardfight Vanguard to take the scene. And you know, it has come true, hasn't it? The premium weekend is all that your format has been reduced to. And your grand reward after your silly little playmat and armpit card is a trip to standard roads. Your format is gone globally. Left to the ashes of time on the glorious 15th anniversary of the game. And you know, I made another prediction as well. Prediction number 2. That they would release a legacy deck set entirely to placate the player base and keep them satiated. You're gonna buy a standard deck? Hell, you might buy a premium Legion deck set coming up whenever that comes out, and you will forget you ever hated premium. I mean, you ever wanted premium. And look, that's great. Lo and behold, new Aichi and Kai decks. Huh. You know what? Isn't this fantastic? You get to relive the original Vanguard with Dragonic Overlord and Blaster Blade dominating the format. You can never escape their shadow, a fitting final present for the Legacy Vanguard player. And as I said, my third prediction, in 2 weeks, this will all blow over. And we all know you're gonna complain on YouTube and Twitter when the announcement happens. You're all going to complain for about 2 weeks, maybe about 2 weeks. You're gonna say you're never gonna support your game store again for no reason, and then you're gonna whine. You will all forgive Bushyroad for killing your format. And in those 2 weeks before the next podcast, I will be in international waters watching the end of the premium format from the comfort of a cruise ship. Isn't that fantastic? Fantastic! Enjoy the final days of premium.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 32nd episode of the Out of Pocket podcast. I am your host, Zechs, and joining me today is not Zeta, which explains the video. He has decided to pull a Ted Cruz and get out of the country. For record, that was not planned, but it's funnier that it just happened to line up with some details that came out literally last night. Not even joking. It's just very fun. It's just funny how that all kind of aligned that way. But who I am here with is a frequent collaborator with the podcast, ZRG Gaming. So welcome back to the show.
Farewell, oh premium players.
Okay. I had to kind of make an executive decision here. I'm like, do we talk about it now, or do we wait until we actually get to the news segment? I decided to wait till we get to the news segment because it will probably be the last thing on the line. So, at very least, we kind of end with a bombastic conclusion.
Oh yeah, no, that was more or less what I expected, but I didn't have any better knife to pull out for an intro, so
I mean, it'll just be it'll just be knowing that, like, yeah, we're gonna have a fun time here. We're gonna talk about a bunch of news. We're gonna talk about our previous things, and we're all gonna do it while there's a gigantic sword of Damocles just on its way at any moment. If y'all stick around, you might actually get to hear a special thing at the end. Who knows? But on that note, as you're the guest, and how we usually do, as a recap of our previous breaks, though to be fair, yours is very long. Uh,
yeah, no,
give us a
I
give us a
wouldn't go
kind of
through
like
all of
a
that.
give us like your most important or relevant recap from last time.
Well, all things considered, outside of playing an unholy, frankly unhealthy amount of Trails Beyond the Horizon, uh, probably somewhere in the ballpark of like 150 hours, and that's not without the Nightmare Run. Uh, I haven't actually gotten to do all that much, unfortunately. Most of what I would have done would have been Gundam card game related, but unfortunately, Mother Nature is a rat-faced horrid bitch, and she has prevented me from reaching my Gundam locals for like 3 weeks in a row, and I'm going a bit stir crazy.
Oh yeah.
So I all I had to miss 3 weeks and counting, including my GDO3 release event,
Ooh.
and it resulted in me picking up my just picking up my green and purple stuff from the set on TCG Player.
Yep.
And then half of the green stuff was okay. Okay.
Hmm.
So I ordered all of my green Earthfed stuff,
Yep. Oh.
and I the seller that I bought it from made the executive decision, despite the fact that the shields that the cards would go in, like they could have fit enough of them in for it all to be one envelope. They instead packaged it as two envelopes together, presumably taped or some other weak shit manner of sticking the two envelopes together. So imagine my shock when only one half of the order comes in and they're like, I shipped it as two envelopes. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, dude.
Oh, so they did the I think I know what you kind of mean. It's like cuz like I just kind of did that. I bought the the Atmon stuff for the latest Digimon set because I have
Mhm.
just apparently just made the decision, mostly because it's pretty cheap as heck. Like no one thinks Atmon's actually good, so it's like, hey, I can get my stuff for like $30 every set, unless it's like a deck I actually care about. So, which woohoo! Shout to me who has to now kind of figure out if I actually want the Atmon or like the Liberator stuff from that, or just uh be in pain because my favorite deck of Digimon of all time, which is Heavy Meldramon, is going to be very probably more expensive than it needs to be, just because of the Yuki alt
Fucking
art.
Jesus.
Primarily
Oh, I
because of that.
see.
Like, because the waifu tax is inevitable.
I understand.
But
I understand completely.
the point is that um they sent the Atmon stuff, but when it arrived, only half of it is here. Like, because I remember I ordered full
Uh-huh.
play sets, and so half of it came. So, and I remember last time I ordered from them, at least I think, I don't remember. I'm not saying their name just to kind of like because when it came and it was all perfectly fine on like the one time I ordered for something and I ordered my uh Sakiyamon stuff, like my extra Sakiyamon stuff for the start deck, and it very obviously had someone like damage it.
Hmm.
So it was like, unless my stuff comes in late and it's damaged, like then I'll probably like say, hey, whatever. But like so far, like they're 1-for-1 on it actually coming in. That was a whole different seller. I like it. It was just crazy like that. I still just can't believe it. Like literally, like it looks like a dog had bitten the entire left side of it off.
Oh my god.
It was that thing. Like there was like minimal damage to like the cards on that side, but it's still like, dog. What is this?
Yeah, I would have been maybe more than a little annoyed.
Which is like another thing because like I have ordered from that seller before, so like I'm like they've never had a moment like this. So I'm like I'm pretty sure somebody like at the mail place or whatever intercepted it and tried to like rip it out. I don't know, but
Mm,
so like I'm not blaming them completely for it, but if I order from the beginning and it happens again, then I'm probably like, okay, hold on now. There's actually an issue.
right, that's kind of the same thing I've had with this because like I've ordered from them before and generally not had any issues, but the way they described it is that it was like they stuck two envelopes together because they didn't think they could fit the shipping shields, like enough shipping shields in the one envelope. Uh
Which is
Silver lining is the expensive half of the order was the one that made it to my house.
okay. That's
So
good. That's
I
good.
have my age 2s,
Yeah.
but I don't have my Osamus or age 1 flats.
Oh yeah, I'm
So
still waiting for my H2s.
I
Thankfully,
got those and then I got all the vegan stuff because that was like $30 for all of it.
thankfully, the one uh, pre-release I was able to go to, because there were 3 around my area, because that but they had Sunday Saturday, but they didn't have the actual stock in on Saturday, so they canceled that. Then it
Hmm.
happened Monday, and then Tuesday I had to like run an unexpected last second errand at the time of the one I usually go to, so I had to drive all the way up north in traffic at 6:30 at 6 o'clock at night to take my mom to a doctor's appointment. Thankfully, it
I
took
see.
long, but it's like it it was not. By the time we've gotten back to the south to been able to go, it'd been like, yeah, it's too late to actually enter it.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I at least got a box of set 3
Oh,
because they
that's
were,
good.
they were selling out MSRP. So I'm like, okay, I'm cool. So I'm actually cool.
Yeah, I still need to.
The sneak event, I got the Omega Kamu LR plus, which was,
Oh, sick.
and then got the Barbatos Lupus regular. That and
Yeah,
then
I had oh, what's up?
my box was a healthy curiosity for the rare plus, and then I got the Outron for the LR plus slot.
Hmm.
I'm like, okay, that's not bad. It's gonna sit in my binder with uh the stuff that's been kind of sitting here, like the Gundam X champion, Sailor champion, and this Jigen champion. I've been sitting on it. I'm like, please get away from me. my resource though was actually the one I'm gonna keep, which is the G Fred. So I'm like, okay.
Oh.
It's kind of thing because like the G Fred is like my favorite. It's probably honestly my favorite suit out of G Quux because it's just like this feels nice and it's like it I kind of call it like the Bat Gundam because of its ears. I was like, yeah,
If I recall correctly, it got both one of the what the fuck are they called? Are they LR plus pluses?
Yes, LR plus plus.
And it got like the fancier resource.
Yeah, it got this. It got the resource plus plus and the LR plus. And the
That's
other LR
sick.
plus plus was to the camper, and it's like double O
It
players were
what?
upset.
Wait, what the fuck? It what? That's so bizarre.
It is, but then I thought, oh, it's probably because the camper is a big suit in the West. Like a lot of like Western people love the camper. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, the G Quux is like a newer suit. Like the statute of limitations for spoilers is pretty much over. So it's like, oh, hey, we can start selling the G Quux. I mean, the G Fred. And it is also kind of like let's say a well liked suit. So they're probably like, all right, just give it to that. And so the
Okay.
Exia just kind of lost its potential high rarity slots because, yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair,
yeah.
its LR plus is probably like one of the best in the set. Jimmy just looks gorgeous. Which is why it's part of the thumbnail.
Oh man. Yeah, I still need to see if I can get a box for mine when I get back to there. I think we're, knock on wood, at the point now where barring my barring a tire exploding inexplicably, I should be able to make my usual trip this coming Tuesday.
That's good.
So that's turned out fairly all right, all things considered. And even if that other half of that order ends up being lost to time, I already, and as a precaution, I ended up ordering the rest of the Asamu set and the Age 1 flats. Because I actually pulled one from the few packs that I found at Walmart whenever I had to do shopping.
Yeah, just a backup order. And plus, it's not even that expensive. Okay, cool with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like $5 in total for like everything I was missing from it. So it's whatever.
I need to get Asamu, but I also am like, because in my box I only got but one of each, the Asamu and the Bartos Adapt. So I'm like, oh man. Yeah, I'm looking at TC Player like that thing is pushing $4. I'm like, oh no.
Oh yeah.
People are kind of like saying like, oh, blue purple Barbatos is like the best deck in the game right now or something. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mika.
I still have some of the stuff from that deck that I thought I was gonna try and build it at some point, and eventually I realized I'm like, I don't know that I'm ever going to own more than one Barbatos. Oh fuck, was it second? On attack, draw one if it's damaged.
First form.
Oh, it's first form. Okay, yeah. It's like I have one of that, and then I have like 2 or 3 of Fusion Rebake, like the LR.
I'm just kind of lucky because like the ones I got from my set, I got 2 out of my set 2 boxes. So I'm like, oh, that was really lucky. So I just need to like buy a little, and it was like back in the day, it was like, oh, this is very cheap. Hey, I'll take it and not have to deal with it later. Getting extras though, that will have to be a whole different story. But
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, it's kind of just
that's
like me
basically
getting.
it for.
Sorry.
So,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah. I was trying to say like
sorry.
I was trying to say like, the hardest part of getting cards now is just kind of getting the rares because there's a lot of rares are just generally good.
Yeah, no, there are a shockingly high amount of like just generically good rares in this set in particular. Like it
Yeah,
feels like every color got some generic rare command that just slots into some decks.
I was. I think. I think the one that kind of like shocked me the most when I was like unexpecting it was the healthy curiosity. I'm like oh, it's just draw
Mm.
one. Okay, that's kind of. And I'm like, wait a second. And then I went back to lane aim. I'm like, oh my god, this is just a one cost lane aim enabler.
Yeah, yes it is. It's also interesting it's part of that cycle of like cards that have a basic effect but then like really turn on once you hit like the third copy.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a whole cycle for this set unless they missed a color I'm not thinking of.
I'm trying to think. They got white. They got white. I think maybe green is the only one who didn't get anything like that. But to be clear, like Cyclops team is basically just that. So
Yeah, I think I don't know if it has an effect that like buffs it once you're past a certain threshold, but I know they have one in green that's like you choose something and let it attack something active.
I think that's Bridge
It's
Crew.
Bridge Crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about artworks that will hurt me. No context.
Oh god. Is Bridge Crew 00?
Yeah.
Just to make sure. Yeah. I still need to get around to watching 00. Like it's one of the more accessible ones. I don't have to jump through hoops to watch it. I don't know. I was a bit better about watching series that were relevant to a set back whenever set 2 rolled around. Because like in that instance, I went through like I went through IBO, X, Age.
You say
I guess
that, but I
technically
still have not dropped that. I still have not dropped that clip about you watching Sea Destiny first. Technically,
Oh my god. Yeah, I technically I watched Seed first. It's just I didn't get very far in Seed before before I pivoted over to Destiny. Yeah, I got the bare essentials.
got
And
you.
I am
You stopped right before the like that meme of the miner stopping before they hit diamonds. It's like you stopped right before the you hit diamonds laced with a gasoline that any spark
stopped
would have destroyed
yeah.
them all.
I stopped digging right before the gas leak. Ugh. Wish I had that skill for more things.
Mm.
Unfortunately, I have burned that goodwill on Gundam Seed,
Mm.
but it's fine. It'll buff out somehow, surely.
Have you caught up on any other Gundams?
I unfortunately have not.
Ah,
I trying to double I'm trying to double check myself. I'm pretty sure Age is the most recent one that I had gone through. And it was literally just because it was on the same channel that had all but one episode of X subbed on YouTube.
mm,
So it was just convenient to be able to just go through both of those back to back.
okay.
Flit is maybe the funniest fucking Gundam protagonist I've experienced so far.
We call him Granddad, and not because he's a little granddad. I'm just saying.
I just I'm I'm sorry. I don't know when they'll do it, but I desperately need Grandpa Flit as an alt art. I need it so bad.
Oh, there you are. But yes, I feel like that's gonna happen like when we actually get to H3 in the actual set. Because I feel like they're going to have to do it for Semu too, and it's like okay, Semu as well.
Yeah. Oh god, you fucking give me sicko Dezel. Oh lord. From which the 100-Year War on Vegans still got a fucking statue.
That's just like, you know. to be fair, we also gave people probably shouldn't have gotten a statue.
Yes, that's true. Oh, but no, I need to finish catching up on UC. I feel like is the thing I finally need to sit down and do proper.
Yeah.
I like stopped after I got through the first recap film, and like I'm like I need to do that. I put off getting into Gundam and just mecha in general for so long. Especially given I had been a fan of Code Geass for years before that.
So I will say, good news: the Zeta Gundam recap movies are on Gundam Info, like the Gundam website now. I mean, YouTube channel now. Bad news is I will say if you want to, I put this. I would say I'm forgetting.
I hear some. Is this something about the effect of it having a fucked up subs?
No, it is the effect of it fucks up the timeline.
Oh, what?
So the thing is, like, there's certain like things of the movie that just kind of get cut out, mostly because of time and whatnot. But more specifically, the actual ending of the movies is very different from how the series ends. To the point where it's like if you were to watch that and go into Double Zeta, it wouldn't make any sense. You'd be like, wait, what the heck just happened?
Oh, that's strange.
And Zeta's not talking about like, oh, new translation is actually part one of branching timeline. No, it is not. So we don't know anymore. It's a like, so the whole thing is like this whole theory of like, oh no, maybe we've hit the point of maybe we just have an alternate UC just secretly just in the background because of things like unicorn existing and how that kind of has to how it plays out to the larger thing.
Part of my motivation in wanting to like properly catch up with UC shit is like I need to understand what the fuck Hathaway's deal is tonally for like his movies. That these motherfuckers gave them a fucking Guns N' Roses song for an ED. I I I was attacked by my fucking suggestions.
I mean, I just casually looked on Twitter and saw just cause like just see what the heck's going on, and just casually saw, oh yeah, we've got SZA to do the SZA song to actually be the intro of the movie. I'm like, huh? SZA. I mean, knowing what I know, it works, but
It's just I have so many questions, and I need to answer them. I need to finally answer them. But no, it's I'm trying to think if there's anything else to just fucking shotgun through, because I don't want to spend too much time on.
Linkin
Well,
Park will
the
be
A, I
ending
didn't think
song.
I had much time to spend shit on, and then fucking Gundam section spun out and crashed into the wall.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, there's nothing else card game related. I fucked around with a friend for Zorga Phantom and the new Overlord deck, and those were neat. I think it's cool that Zorga isn't like generic reliant.
Hmm?
Cool. So of fucking course I was gonna like the Overlord deck. And I will look forward to the Aichi one inevitably getting dropped this coming Thursday. Because that was the starter that I fucking imported before the game came out in English. But outside of that, I'm like, play a couple demos. And like, I didn't play any like major games. I
before
basically just played.
I guess before we move
What's
on
up?
from that, like, well, one, Zeta's in the chat talking about Linkin Park's gonna do the ending for the third movie.
Please. God.
Oh, man.
I need them to commit.
I mean, I will say, like, because you don't have any context for this until you get to the charge counter type. I'm like, I'm thinking about it, Alex, and I was thinking about this for a long time. Like, man, I wonder, without going into any like context for thing, but I'm just like, man, I wonder if Horizon 2 will just end with Beyond the Time. If you know, you know. That's all I can say. And I'm just like, ooh, there's so many ways I'm thinking that game could end, but we'll get to it when we get to it later.
They gotta get that fucking new Sawano mix of it. Or maybe it's not. I don't know if it's actually like new or it just hit my suggested more recently.
That one I think was like new-ish, but the singer did it. I think the singer did it for like an anniversary cover album or like something like there. So they were like, hey, just hey, I guess they just did it ahead of time, just released it earlier. So because I know Team Revolution has a version of Beyond the Time.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely knew that one existed.
Which it goes pretty crazy. I'm like, oh man, this.
That is that is a part of my playlist that I play specifically for Gundam Locals. My drive on Tuesdays.
Just shout out to him also getting to do the final Fire Force opening.
Oh fuck yeah.
Which is very funny because if you know anything about how Fire Force kind of ends, it's like, oh man, that's a perfect loop. So many people are gonna find out what's actually going on in like about a good 5 weeks. I'm not talking about a new Gundam work. I'm talking about a Trails Zeta.
I mean, ostensibly. If we don't know for sure how that game ends, it very well could just become a Gundam at the 11th hour.
I have so many ways to go actually end it. Oh man, there actually is a way I completely remember because we'll talk about it later. If we continue now, we will just go into the trail segment and nothing will end. So we just go back to what you're saying.
But I shotgunned a couple demos recently, and I can just very swiftly move through them. I am a freak and was desperate enough for something vaguely Blaze Blue shaped, with the acceptance that we are probably never getting a fucking fighter from them ever again. So I booted the demo for Entropy Effect X on Switch. It is the Switch 1 version because I don't think they're doing a Switch 2 demo. They did rate, the ESRB did rate a Switch 2 version for that though, so I'll probably end up grabbing that. It's cute. It's like roguelike, side scroller action game with Blaze Blue characters, and their move sets, from what I can tell, are fairly like faithful to what I would expect out of that. I basically just played S for the entire time because she was my fucking main from Central Fiction and BB Tag, and it felt pretty good. It didn't have any story shit in it though, which my understanding is that base Entropy Effect had no like real story stuff that
Yeah.
tied into
Yeah, it didn't
Blaze
have
Blue
any real
stuff.
story, which is why like X is like kind of like a sequel that's like, all right, let's. It's like y'all did good. Y'all can actually start to put some Blaze Blue in here now.
Right. And like that is kind of partially the hook for me to be like, oh, it's on console. It's like a bit more involved compared to what I'd heard base Entropy Effect was. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll give it a fair shake whenever it comes out, which is mm,
I think
sorry,
soon.
fairly soon.
Yeah.
Like next Saturday, I think. If not, it's next week. I know at the very least it's next week. On it like comes with all of the initial like DLC shit that they did for that game. I think up through Naoto, I think is the latest character.
Yes. Actually, I think Naoto is a. Actually, I think Naoto is like specifically released in this version. No, yeah,
Okay.
I'm dumb. Yeah, Naoto was released like very recently, so they're like, okay, I just put. So basically, it's like up to date.
Right. So I'm like, that seems cool. I don't know how well it'd be able to hook me long term, but it seems interesting.
Yeah,
It
that's
seems neat. I think I'm just at the point where I would be perfectly okay with like more shit being done with Blaze Blue characters in a Blaze Blue setting, even if it's not a fucking fighting game. Like at this point, I would take them just taking the base story of the games that already exist and be like, you want to make fucking action RPG out of these or some shit? Which is funny because I'm almost positive that Blaze Blue was originally. I could be making this shit up and fucking call me out if it sounds like it. I'm almost positive Blaze Blue was initially meant to be some sort of RPG, and then Guilty Gear rights shit happened.
yeah, no, that was the yeah, that was correct. That was the original like that was what Mori originally wanted to make was an RPG. But it's like, they were probably like, hey, we could probably make this a fighting game instead, and they got freed up because of the Blaze Blue, because of the Guilty Gear rights. So yeah, that was the original concept. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, if they wanted to do something like that, I'd be down for that too. I'm like, but just fucking
Anything,
I am
please.
desperate. I I'm desperate. I was a freak and really enjoyed BB Tag for what it was as some well, okay. I enjoyed BB Tag enough initially. And then they did like the second major expansion where they gave some of the DLC characters and shit story stuff that actually played into the crossover wackiness. And I was like, oh, fucking finally, why didn't we do this the first go around? The most we got was fucking Ragna and Yasogami uniform. And like a dub for an Under Night game, technically. And never again.
Yeah, that's just crazy to me. It's like, man, the crazy. I'm like, either It's just crazy. I'm like, man, 2 came out. I was like, oh, maybe this means I don't know, I get dubbed in the future. And it's like, oh, they just never did it again. I can only
Yeah,
assume it
like
was because
we
like
have fucking casting for most of them.
I can only assume, excuse me, that the reason was like since it was technically like I'm pretty sure it was like mostly union. It was like it probably cost a
Hmm,
pretty chunk of money. And going
I
from
see.
how Under Night's been handled since, they probably were like, we're not giving y'all that much money. Or probably like they were just like, we can do without it anyway. So it's like, fair. Just
Uh,
kind of weird to just immediately dub a game like at the climax of the story anyway. It's like it probably was like, I don't think we need all that.
yeah, it's very strange. Like BB Tag being the thing that got to dub Undernight characters almost feels like okay, well prior to 2024, I guess. It
Oh
feels
yeah,
like what I imagine Trails fans felt about like getting crossbell characters voiced in like CS3.
I'm CS3, technically CS2. It's
Oh yeah, CS2.
like
See, my brain is broken, and it immediately shot to Shirley Orlando because oh my god, was her fucking casting choice so goddamn good.
oh,
I fucking adore Amberly Connors.
but it's but yeah, no, yeah, Roxas is right. Like it had union and non-union, but I mean like by that again, knowing other details, like yeah, that probably was like as close to like union as possible. So I don't know how they did it, but it's like I could imagine it didn't cost. It probably cost a lot of money, especially if like when the alleged reasons was like uh for Central Fiction also like them going back to redub it. They were like, yeah, it would cost us like almost 100K
Yeah.
like to go
I,
back and redub Central Fiction. So it's like, oh okay.
right. Like at this point, it's like that would be see that's my biggest thing for wanting them to do something like some kind of like game adaptation in a different genre of Blaze Blue story shit is just so they have an excuse to dub Central Fiction. That's the real end goal here.
Uh, it's like surprise. No, actually, we did a gigantic fundraiser. Please, please do it. But I mean, it probably is like a little. I don't know. It'd be weird now because you know, losing pretty much a good chunk of that voice cast.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that is
I
true.
mean, like it just won't be the same without uh Talkaka's English voice.
Hmm.
And then
Wasn't uh I hesitate to bring this up. Wasn't Naoto wasn't am I making this shit up? Was Naoto Billy Commits?
yes,
Okay.
which makes it
Oh
even more
god.
sadder because I'm just like, man, makes it even more doubly sad because he also like when they got to Volume 9 of Ruby, he also was the voice actor of which just kind of like a slight spoiler if you know anything about early Ruby is like he was the new voice actor for Roman Torchwick.
Oh.
So
Oh
not only that
right.
he could have not only been like Naoto Kurogane, but also Roman in the game too. Roman if they put him in BB tag too. So it's like a double like oh man.
Every time I remember that Torchwick didn't get into BB tag is another day that I question what the fuck they were doing over there. It it has been so long since I have thought about the cast of that fucking game, and you bringing that up just hit me like a pile of bricks. What the fuck do you? Because they only have 5 characters, right? Isn't it just Team Ruby plus
Team Ruby and Neo.
Neo? What
Which
the fuck?
Which long term is actually kind of funny. I was like, oh, that actually worked out great. But yeah, it's just Team Ruby and Neo. There were like like sound files for like announcing Mercury, Cinder, and uh, Emerald. Excuse me, it took me a second. I'm like, there was probably plans to put in there, but I assume they probably just like, we probably don't have the budget to put in like a whole like another like team of Ruby characters. So just, Neo and
I
plus
miss
like,
those days.
so just put in Neo and like, we don't have to voice a lot of her because she's things like, try to save money on Neo more than ironically Neo might be a cost saving measure because most of her moves are just kind of like the same thing. No, the real money went to animating Yumi.
No. Oh god, again, the more I think about where that game went and its like second major version, the more I'm like, it's just dizzying. It's dizzying to think about.
It really is. It really is feel like they could have done like a third. They could have got like one more good update and just be like, all right, we can probably do season 3, but they probably just move on. They're probably like, well, we still got fighters. We got Guild Strive was like in the pipeline. There's probably like a few other games in the pipeline, so they were like, like Strive, and whatnot. So they're probably like, yeah, and I definitely am probably gonna say like any money that would have gone to season 3 probably got moved into what's it called, Dark War.
Oh, god, right.
So any money that could have gone to
Every
that.
once in a while, I need to be reminded that exists too. Existed. Yeah, I'm really good at sending us off on fucking tangents. Maybe it's kind of fucking dangerous me being a co-host on here.
It's what we do normally anyway.
But that's everything as far as entropy effect is concerned. I did a little bit with the Pragmata console demo since that came out, but I don't have much to say about that. It's a very quirky, like very quirky third-person shooter adventure style game, but you hack with the face buttons to open up enemies to taking actual damage, which is very interesting. It's very vaguely the world ends with you shaped in that there are basically 2 different halves of the combat going on simultaneously across both sides of the controller. So it's interesting. It's a very short demo. Like it even has like a completion time once you finish the demo. So I think it is something that you're meant to just like speed run and get better times on.
Perhaps.
But that's literally everything. Like I've literally burned through everything and it only took us like fucking 40-ish minutes.
About 50, yeah.
Oh lord. And now I drink.
Okay. So it is my turn. So, once again, like you, I have also put most of my gaming time, pretty much most, if not all, my gaming time on Trails Beyond the Horizon. That game is very much like they probably have gotten as close as they can to like end of. I agree with KZ. Is like this feels like end CS3 and near CS4 levels of like insane depth in the combat of like
Absolutely.
just being able to kind of like play the game your way and just kind of make moves and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, I think my only issue so far is like right now I'm being where I am kind of like in this awkward thing of, yeah, when I boot this game back up, I have to remember I did not save before a certain boss fight, so I have to kind of like do it again. On just 1 second.
Oh. We're still here, Roxas, or at least I am. I think Zechs had to take care of something. You'll have to bear with me because I'm checking chat through watching the stream itself, so on a slight delay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of stuck in a boss. I'm like, oh, this would be really good that I would switch my things. I'm like, so I'm kind of like, to go back all the way, or do I just tough it out? So I'm just kind of like, oh no, I'm stuck here.
Does have me curious at least too. Did you do the thing Casey and I did that we ended up bumping up to hard for
No,
the difficulty?
no, because
Okay.
I was kind of like, I kind of just want to, get through it. So I'm on normal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, get through it
Okay.
isn't like, just kind of like go through this casually. I'm like,
Yeah. It just had me curious if any of the more HP spongy bosses felt less spongy. Cause whoa.
yeah, I don't know why they literally, why did they, that's like the one negative thing I have. It's like, yeah, man, we added a mechanic that like made, that literally is like, yeah, they have more HP than usual. Like, what? Why is that a mechanic that literally says, yes, they have enhanced HP? So you literally telling me they're HP sponges. It's so funny.
Yeah, they're HP sponges, and I think if it's the same kind we're talking about, they also regen HP every turn.
Yep.
So it's just like, oh,
And then
okay.
they're like, oh, here's a mechanic that's like, oh, you can actually stop their regen. Okay, that's cool. Oh, the character can no longer be used for a while.
That fucks me up even more because they even have an in-universe explanation for like being able to disable that without that specific character, but they just don't implement that in any way mechanically. There's like, no, fuck you. They're not here. deal with it.
They're currently night. Ask for this.
No, the app will not save you.
But yeah, I think just without going to like small discussion, just to make sure we don't get spoilers. I will say it is. I think they made a mistake bringing Ring back into this game with this combat style.
Oh,
Bro is flowing like water. Like
it's kind of incredible.
like man, that's probably like just all this stuff. Meanwhile, Van and she's in there just aura farming the entire rest of the entire team. Just like, oh, good. That's cool.
I appreciate we've just kind of dropped all pretenses that 99% of regular encounters don't exist. Like, especially now that you have shit like Awakening to work with.
Mm.
Like, oh, yeah, fuck it. Just pop Awakening at the start of battle and break into action combat, and you just get to do your buff shit as you blow them up. Particularly with Kevin, because they're like, well, fuck it. You just get to go in buffed and then do your 50 CPS craft.
Yeah.
What were you thinking? Were you thinking?
I think that's kind of like one negative is just like it kind of feels like obviously the systems matter, but it's like that the command combat doesn't feel like that impactful until like you're actually in a boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like the action combat just kind of like nullifies that. If you're like a real fan of like the command combats, like you're kind of having to go out your way to uh just ignore like action. Because I know someone who definitely is like, I am not a fan of this.
Mm-hmm. So it's like disregard the action combat stunning and just instantly go command battles. That's interesting.
I mean, that's the way you can play the game, right? But it is very much like,
Mm-hmm.
because like we
Yeah, I guess it's just weird. I hmm.
I mean,
I don't know where my thought was going. That happens sometimes. Continue.
I understand completely as also me. But it's just like sometimes like you like the way combat's flown, especially like later it's like it feels like they perfected the turn-based combat. So for them it's like to then kind of like create a whole different combat method. Doesn't combat method that is like I'm and like I've gone through games and given this a shot. Like this is probably the best it'll get, and I still don't vibe with it. Like okay, that's fair. That's completely fair. Because like you're here for a turn-based RPG, and it's like you get East 9.5.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see it's like this isn't what I'm here for, or like one of the things I'm not here for.
Yeah, it's a weird balance to have to strike, right? Because like prior to this, in like Daybreak 1 and 2, it felt more like action combat was just an extension of getting advantage from like hitting enemies from behind in older games.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's like, oh, well, it's fleshed out enough to be its own thing
Now,
that like you can tackle regular enemies both ways,
yeah,
but like at
Daybreak.
what point does one overshadow the other?
Yeah, it's like Daybreak 1. It's like okay, this is just kind of like just slightly more enhanced like field attacks. Now here we are in Horizon where it's like we are at this point where they can just go Super Saiyan and destroy a random rat. They can destroy MKE Mouse with like this with the fling of a sword with nothing. It's like, oh, it didn't have to actually enter combat at all.
Just one ring backflip and spirit unification watches nearly 5 digits fly.
This is like, all right.
It feels good, but like, I get it.
Yeah. I was gonna talk about like a particular point, but I feel like we can save that for like later because it's gonna be related to without going forward to like, did you read Casey's review?
I did. I would kind of have to refresh myself on some parts of it, but I got the general gist. Like, I remember the general gist of it.
But like, yeah, that's just kind of a part of it. It's like, and he made it as non-spoilery as possible, so like you can read it and be fine. But it's like, I was gonna talk about kind of like the main kind of point he like lays out in that, but I don't know how we could like do it without going into story spoilers or whatnot. So I feel like, yeah, so I was kind of like, yeah, just kind of like, read back through it, and then when we get to it eventually, we'll talk about it.
Yeah. All right. I have an idea of where that'll. I'd be interested to see where that goes because I have a bit of a different stance from him on that. If it's what I'm thinking it is,
Hosting will
that'll
keep
be
being too patient with
interesting.
you. Oh my god, that video is so good. Like, it's even worse because I think it actually genuinely might have ruined the Buffalo Bills season. Straight up, it's like actually just effed up that entire team by accident when they needed it the most. Oh man. All right. Moving on. The usual Gunpla update I do. I bought a real grade Freedom, and then I'm trying to find bought a real grade Freedom, and then I also found a yeah, I got the Wing Gun for a call finally. Lightning Buster Gundam High Grade. The Age FX, which was surprisingly in a store somewhere. I'm like, oh.
Oh shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, so I was like, oh, okay, let's pick it up. Let's go. That is it. Probably gonna build one tomorrow, or maybe I have to think. Because when I do a Gunpla, it's like I have to have like a genuine like lock-in mode. Well, actually, I could probably build while the LCS is on, so not.
Yeah, I haven't got around to building any in a while, but I need to. I'm literally staring down my fucking H2 normal that I got from my locals with the fucking tools on top of it. And I'm like, I want to so badly. The set is out now. I finished the show. I'm like, it's time.
Yeah. Also, speaking of the LCS, oh man, it's so nice watching fun North American League again. Like, it was dire last year with the LTA crap. I'm like, okay, bro, we need help, please. Which does help that they decide, one of the best like North American like talents was able to actually finally get to play now in the league because he was like wasn't eligible just yet, so they're finally so he's finally able to play. He's on FlyQuest. It's Griffin, and I have seen this. I've seen him like on like side streams with like some like player, some like famous like coaches and stuff with like LS and whatnot. I will dominate and whatnot. So like he pretty much like every time I've seen Griffin up to this point, I'm always remember like the LS streams where he says the most insane shit. You're like, what?
Hmm.
And not like some like racy, just more like this is basic common knowledge. How do you not get this?
Oh.
And but he says it in a way that
I
like,
see.
but like he says it in a way that like stun locks you. You're just like, what? Yeah, this is the little kid that was literally torturing LS for about 2 years and playing on the T1 Academy squad. Now he's just a jungler in NA now because he really wanted to play in LA in League in North America, and now his team might after this weekend might potentially be the best team in the league so far. It's like, oh, that's really cool. Shout out to him. Did it. But it is just nice to actually, because I think what also is like the big thing about it is like not to this whole thing is like I think they finally understood that the whole we gotta chase worlds, we gotta chase global competition stuff. It's like y'all are not built for that right now. Y'all haven't been built for that since 2016, but definitely not in the past like 2 years. Like got lucky, energy got lucky because I think I forgot who their team was. Because BLG imploded like the hardest anyone has ever seen a super team implode. Like, it was hilarious. So they got top four, but pretty much like last year was like, oh, this is atrocious. We all suck. I think that moment finally was like, all right, if we don't get like the actual like grassroots rebuilt, like we're cooked. League's been kind of on a downturn, uh, especially in like North America specifically. Like, why would anyone play League when all these other games exist? It's like so like there's not a lot of like new talent coming into the thing, coming in like all the money because of the freaking FTX shenanigans that happened. Like I just think about FTX. I'm like FTX was so bad, it pretty much killed TSM. Like I don't think I've ever seen a team like it's the equivalent of the Lakers like saying we're getting out of basketball. It was that bad.
Oh my god.
Like you
What
know
the
about that, right?
fuck?
About the FTX whole situation. Like it was.
I can't say that I do.
I mean, yeah, it was. It was basically a bunch of like crypto that got crypto company that imploded because like a bunch of
Supposed an $8 billion hole in FTX's accounts. What in the fuck?
Yep.
My god, I didn't know I needed a new rabbit hole.
But yeah, it was so bad because TSM was sponsored by that was their main sponsor, and then Riot said, "All right, we'll get them to sponsor the LCS," and it almost caved the LCS in by itself.
Oh
Single-handedly
my
almost destroyed
god.
North American League by itself. It was bad.
Jesus. Action lawsuits filed, including Tom Brady, Yohei Ohtani. I'm like, oh fuck, wait a minute, I recognize some of these names. What the fuck?
Yep.
That's just fucking cool, dude.
And the thing was, he was like, the CEO of that company. The CEO of that company
Oh,
was an avid League player, but he was also
oh,
stuck in bronze. So it's just,
oh, what the fuck?
like, listen, if you playing this much League and you in bronze and trying to make some money, I need you off the game, bro. Get off the game.
Yeah, no, I'd be more than a little concerned.
Uh, what are our favorite megas? Like Mega Evolutions? Hmm. I have one.
My gut says Absol.
Which one?
Oh fuck, there's more than one now. Well, I guess that answers that. No, I don't dislike Z. I don't dislike Mega Absol, or I think it's Z. I'm going to assume it's Z unless I'm told otherwise, but it's the like pitch dark edgy claw wing one is cool, but I like the regular one.
I think what the closest I like it. I'd probably go like either Mega Chestnut or because Chestnut's my favorite like grass starter overall. Or probably maybe Mega Darkrai.
Hmm.
Just because of how much of a Eldritch abomination it is.
I I remember a friend of mine showing me Mega Darkrai whenever it was whenever it was initially shown. And I remember making an inflation joke at some point, and I don't remember what came over me in that moment. I was just uh I don't know. I think I was just fairly low on some of the megas from base ZA at first.
Uh, you know what? I'll give it honorary much to Mega Phalanx. Mega Phalanx is
Oh hell
genuinely,
yeah.
the poor ones on the bottom, but they're doing their job. They're doing some good ones like Mega Frost Last is great, but it definitely was like ooh, like you could tell
Okay.
that you could tell like they definitely had a different visual a visual director now that James Turner was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like James Turner pretty much like part of the whole original like team of megas. So it's like, seeing that, it's like, yeah, you can tell this is not the same team immediately.
Yeah, and that might be where some of my gripes with some of their megas come from.
I
I
think
did
this.
like
Hmm.
what was it? Scolipede? Is that the final Evo that
Yes,
uh
Scorpion.
that Corbo got? I fuck with that one. I like the armor concept for that.
Yeah, that one's nice. But I think it's more like you can kind of tell it's like, um, some of these are like what people like that understood the mega evolution concept and like really knocked out of the park, and then you can kind of see ones that are like these are what people think megas look like. If you were trying to like ask someone like on the street, like, hey, quickly think of a concept of mega Pokemon right now. It's like they would probably come up with these, and it's like they're very much unrefined. Um, for mega, I'm like, yeah, I really vibe with. Um, dude, I don't think there's much. I don't think we have anything right now. Hello?
Hmm.
Okay, I was like, are you there?
No, I was just leaving the floor open for a bit. I also to give it to I think one that's from the DLC. I do like Galicipods quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I'm also a Sun and Moon slut, so like you give Gus give Guzma a fucking mega and I'm gonna clap. Like I'm sorry. It's like this is the reason why I hopped on Scarlet and Violet so hard because you get to the back half of that and they're like, "Hey, remember when we did Ultra Beasts?" And like, "Okay, but like what if we did like the concept of them but for like actual Pokemon?" And that's kind of what the future and past ones feel like to me.
Yeah.
Like it has that same general energy to it and just writing wise from like, "Oh, we're so back. What the fuck was this sword and shield horse shit? Get out of my house." Will bury Chairman Rose in my walls. I never thought this of all places would be where I'd get to air my fucking grievances on that, but
uh,
only I existed back at a point where I could have done a Sword and Shield spoiler cast in real time.
uh,
But maybe that's for the best I didn't do that. I haven't had to replace this mic yet.
uh, um, uh, but yes, I forgot the conversation we were before Roxas
You
alluded to
were
this.
on League before
Oh
Megas.
yes, yeah. Long story short, like LCS pretty much like got was already like on a decline. Then the FTX thing basically kind of took all their money, and so uh, it effectively was just like this whole like weird arms race to kind of like make a super team to win worlds, and then it all like went crashing down fast and fast, and it's like then the LTA merger happened, which was they took the North American League and then the two South American leagues and just fused them together. And everyone was like, "We do not like this," and it showed because no one watched the no one was watching it. It was like, and then Ryan was like, "Oh no, actually, we had like a very good steady thing of viewership." It's like, yeah, because you gave all the viewership to co-streaming, and then it's like, eventually you had to give it to Casual, which to say how big Casual is, he is like 8 times. Like, I'm trying to remember. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find the Casual stream versus stream count versus LEC. Um. Oh yes. Casual like basically has like I think he got to a high of the season being like 200K people watching his stream over the European League,
Oh my god.
which had 26,000.
Oh,
He basically like almost 10 times their stream numbers because of his team playing in the league. So it's like pretty much if he watched your stuff, people are gonna watch you because, of course. But it was like, yeah, it was that dire.
feels almost like the equivalent of almost the equivalent of what I imagine the average like JP Boucherode stream numbers look like. Where like there are like it does numbers enough, but you're like, where the fuck do the rest of them go? Opens twitch.tv, search different fight. Ah, I see. I understand.
So now we're back on the. So they decided, yeah, after a whole year of that thing happening, they decided to uh carve it in half. They said, all right, we're back to LCS and I forgot what the Brazil League. Oh, not League. Oh, LCS and CBLOL. I think La Liga. What was Liga Liga Latino America, which was around. I forgot where their whole base region. Their Liga, they were also Brazil, but I think they're like a because Brazil is a big thing, so I think they're like a different area of Brazil. So, but they pretty much were like all the other like smaller teams. So like they were like, oh yeah, bring CB LOL and LCS back. La Liga can die. So that was just kind of that was like the one big like tragedy of the whole thing. Right? Yeah. So Yeah, but it is nice to have the LCS back, and it's actually fun to watch. So, on that note, on my gotcha thing, I have not played many gotchas. Because
Is nature healing?
I oh my god, I completely forgot to put in the star rail codes. Oh no. Oh well.
Oh.
But I've only logged into star rail like just to make sure I get the 10 passes from this past patch, which was 8 weeks.
Yeah, I heard something. I heard something to this effect when Roxas and I were talking in the first half of the stream yesterday.
Pretty much logged into that. After that, I've only logged into Wuthering Waves because of I want to pull Lene because she's like a pretty good support. So I got her, and I have not actually done the rest of. I'm pretty much stuck in like the second region right now because I'm like I don't have the mood to actually like conclude this storyline. So I'll get to it when I get to it. Kind of same with Genshin. Is like I'm kind of like just kind of I want to eventually get to you, but right now you're kind of like very very low on the status. So I'm like okay.
Genshin is so funny to me at the moment because it is like, okay, I need you to understand that I'm the kind of freak that whenever a new Trails game drops, I will talk to every NPC at every opportunity they have new shit to say. If they give me stretches of period where they're like, yeah, no major plots happening, it's just Van and Co vibing in Edith, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm cool, I'm here for it, I'm this deep in the ride, do what you want. And then for Genshin, I'm like, I am far enough behind and have no desire to catch up. I will watch the story on YouTube and pray that Genshin inevitably implements a skip button so then I can catch up mechanically.
It's
It
funny
is
'cause
like Genshin has become the antithesis of how I would approach literally any other RPG, and it hurts.
yeah, I mean, even then, I'm still not willing to do it because I'm like, I could do that for Star Rail. I'm still at the beginning of 3.0. Like,
Mm.
that was a year ago. And I'm like, I'm still at the beginning of that because the strike was happening right then. And it's like, oh, that's a. That's having ramifications to this day in that game. I'm like,
Wasn't that also around like Natlan-ish, if I recall correctly?
yes, that was like Natlan was just starting when that happened.
It
Like
was
Natlan got like 2
oh.
patches in before he got really affected. I think.
I distinctly remember one of those patches where Kachina was filling the role of CS4 Reinschwarzer, where everyone around her was voiced. I was like, oh, this is what this was preparing me for, I suppose.
The less said about that period of time with the strikes, the better. Because that's a can of worms I do not wish to ever open back up for like a good long while.
And if you want to know how to keep it closed, never open a Hoyoverse subreddit ever. Do not ask what their opinions on workers' rights are.
Yeah. Just I feel like I need to also clean up my uh YouTube thing because every time I see like a short on my homepage, it's like talking about blank voice actor gets harassed on Twitter because they announced they're playing a character. And
Oh,
something specific happens that like would be okay anywhere else, but just for some reason they just people lose it.
they're a breed that exists. I have come to learn.
Like I think that's I'm just kind of like, at least, and like that almost spread to Nikkei, but
Mm.
I think that's kind of subsided now. I think there are probably like one or two people who are still like that kind of really want Haley gone, but
I had a feeling this is what this was about.
but I'm just kind of like, I don't think they would. I think just they probably wouldn't do that because that would require a lot of work for one, and two, that's a whole situation date. Like kind of like the this is kind of awkward because it's it's kind of like the I think it's kind of like probably like what I'm trying to say probably ship that was kind of like am I involved in it? It's like, well, is there something to do with me? It's like, no, then it's got nothing to do with me, and they just put the head back down, keep going. Like, that's kind of, I think, was just a ship that just kind of took the approach. Well, they probably were like, hey, calm yourself down. But outside of that, they're probably like, yeah, good. I am least happy that it doesn't seem like, because like, that could have gone, because like I don't know what the full details of, because everyone doesn't know, but it's like that could have gone really south really fast. And I'm just glad that that didn't go really south really fast. That's all I can probably say, because otherwise, I will say it was very awkward in the 2.5. Was that 2.5? Uh, was this the? Yeah, I think it was 2.5. The 2.5 anniversary live stream of that one, because that was happening right around when all that happened. So the chat was not pleasant to look at.
I've heard stories.
And also like a couple of YouTubers I do know were like had to really kind of like have their moderators like really kind of calm that down when the stream kind of went over, because like calm yourself, guys. Like, this ain't the time and place for that. Calm yourself. I'm opening a can of worms again. But speaking of Nikkei, they dropped label. She hit like crack in the 80s.
Oh, oh, I oh, I think I know exactly who you're talking. This is one of those. This feels like one of those has breached containment on my Blue Sky feed specifically.
Yep, it is like Eleg basically. Like she has breached containment. We cannot stop her. So that is, she's one of those. But then also this week they announced they're doing the Velvet event, which is a character who was announced during the last Bunny event, and she's probably one of the fastest characters to get released out of NPC jail. Like literally, she had like she was released during the Bunny event, which that had his own controversy about a character. But like she was like in that event, she got put there, and then like that was like almost like right before anniversary. Velvet is a psyop. They took my Velvet OC and stole it, and I don't care because I want more Velvet art. Okay, Ross. Oh, your girl Vent's date with hair Vent's name Velvet. Don't worry about it.
You will not be weaponizing me for shit. I'm sorry. What is this? I will send Tristan bullshit. Oh, you will send. Oh, you meant send me. Okay. You meant send me something on Discord, not. I thought I was. I thought I
You
was being
must go to
conscripted.
Shipcup's headquarters and take down Kim Tae-hoon. For my
Yeah, I'm
honor.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why I immediately read that as you were drafting me. Oh, I see. Oh, it's really cute, actually. What the fuck? Oh.
Yeah, so they announced her and they basically redesigned her. Like, fastest redesign the whole thing, and I say redesign because you can still just get her her original design, like if you do the season pass. And I can probably understand why, because she was basically because of how the event went, she basically was sentenced to be a maid. So her regular
I
outfit
can
is the
tell.
maid outfit, and then you can get her bunny outfit in the season pass for the month. I have no idea. Now, okay. So after that, the next thing is they're going to do a Ligorous Recoil collaboration, which, if I know anything about Nikkei players, and everything, it's like, oh yeah, collaboration that isn't about big titty women. I'm out.
Oh, I see.
I mean, just you can.
What's this one for?
Hmm?
What's this one for?
Oh,
What's the
Licorice
collab with?
Recoil.
Oh, right, I did see this. Yeah.
So they're like, okay. I'm fine with it. It's like, okay, I can definitely. I might hope get lucky and get like one of each, and then just be cool with that. And like, that's fine. I just wish they'd rerun Chainsaw Man so I can get Power and Makima, because I've been missing them since the original collab. And we've rerun multiple collabs at this point, so I'm like, come on, please, please. I know you
How
want to
long
do one
ago
for
was
the
the
Reze arc
Chainsaw Man
movie,
one?
huh?
Said how long ago was the Chainsaw Man one?
3 years.
Oh, okay. I see.
And I'm like, I know y'all want to do it for Reze. I know Reze will make you millions. I know you do. Find that fool Fujimoto as fast as you can. I know you want to make that money. Man, I am kind of like I do wish like trying to think who was. Oh, oh, that's in that case, then it's like, oh yeah, no, they can. I didn't even know that. I feel like what they could do is definitely like rerun Chainsaw Man, and they could actually like dub it, and actually like do like a new thing, and actually be like, oh yeah, we can go back and dub these characters. I was like, but I was like, wait, who is I was like, who is like Powers English BA? Oh, Powers English BA is actually in Nikkei, so they can actually, in fact, like go back and dub like the Chainsaw Man characters if they wanted to. Because like, because pretty sure like every cast member of that dub is in Nikkei by now. I think the only one is uh voice actor bar. Got it. Bar. Let's see. Caitlin Bar guide. Nope. Okay. Okay. So Himeno's VA is not in Nikkei, but I think you're fine. She could probably just like do some voices and whatnot. It's not that deep. Plus, you could just replace her with Kobeni anyway.
Mm. Mm.
Uh, yeah, no. So like, I would love a Chainsaw Man Part 2 collab. I feel like they would do well, kind of getting a second try at that, and just allowing like others to get those characters. Uh, but yeah, that's pretty much the gotcha thing. Um, and that oh, there is. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the side on that one. Which means it is time for news. However, I need to take a quick break, use the restroom. So,
No, that is fair. I will surely be doing the same.
we will be right back. And we are back. I completely forgot about one thing.
So,
I I actually got in a day early.
mm.
It's gonna help myself. I pre-ordered the new Phoenix Beyblades.
Oh.
Yep. What this known's name was Phoenix. Oh, wait. No, it's not. It's not. Sorry. Oh no. Wait. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Had to double check that. Uh, yeah, I checked that. We got the new Phoenix, and it looks insane. Like I've kind of
Oh
like.
yeah, I'm pulling up pictures of this now. Phoenix Flare. Holy shit.
It is I believe it's a defense bay, and like I think the lore is that it is a version of the Beyblade from the future.
Huh.
Looks like a gigantic beast. Oh man. Which I will say, like, I'm kind of surprised. Like, I think I've just kind of liked a lot of like the defense and like stamina base they've released recently. Like visually, they're just really good. I think of like Clock Mirage is like really cool. Kind of like all the colors, even though like that one has like a black and like kind of like a gray and white one version that looks like the old Twisted Tempo Bay. And then they put out Mummy Curse. I'm like this, and like I opened it up and I felt the blade. I'm like, this thing is heavy. I was like, oh man, Mummy Curse is cool. Then everyone's kind of like, oh wait, no, Mummy Curse might actually be kind of crazy. I'm like, okay, so I got it in the new Dragoon, the Meteor Dragoon. I was like, okay, it's fine. I opened the bay and I'm like, this is actually kind of pushing my hand down. That's how heavy it kind of is. I'm like, oh my goodness. Oh, they might have done something here. So, I the only sad part is I haven't actually had like locals to go and play them.
That is generally the problem I've had too, where I would pick them up just like anytime I hit up Walmart or the like, just see what they have. But I'm like, yeah, I have this whole collection of them and really nothing to do with them.
I, I, yeah. So I think it is crazy that that Hasbro said, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna just drop the arguably the best Beyblade in the game right now as a single later. I'm just saying, like, yeah, we're gonna put Shark Scale as like a $9.99 a single you can just buy at your local Walmart.
Fucking insane.
It's so weird. It's like Hasbro will do some actually good things, and then they'll do something like insanely baffling. Which, like, I think the issue is like the Phoenix. The only bay I don't have is Feather for Phoenix, like Feather and Rudder. Because Feather's like hadn't released. It was like very hard to get, and then I was like, oh, it finally is releasing in Hasbro, but it's the black one. And
Hmm.
then Rudder's getting two releases, the non-coat one and the coat one. But the coat one you can only get in the like character like super pack like team pack, which has two Beyblades which are way outdated in the original combos. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, so you just kind of like you're kind of like rebuying two bays just to get a Beyblade which actually isn't that like competitively viable. So it's kind of like you're basically trying to hard get it for your collection, which is like, yeah, I don't know about that.
Like on one hand I want to say it feels like a very Hasbro thing. It feels like a Hasbro possessed by WotC shaped decision that would be made. But then I'm also like, but it is on theme though for Yggdrasil, so I'm like, I can only fault them for it so far.
Yeah, like they at least had an idea with it, and I wish they had done it like sooner.
Hmm. For sure.
Okay, so Gosman dropped his reaction.
Oh, for what the episode?
Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah, I talked about that, but we'll talk about it later. All right.
Okay.
On to news, as if there's more stuff we can talk about. On to news. So, I'll have to fix that later. So on to news. I forgot to add the. I'll add it later. So, for the record, yeah. I completely forgot about the news segment where we would kind of go in. So, this is yeah. For context, you know who this is, okay? So we're beginning with Magic the Gathering. A charming curiosity comes to Secret Lair's Chaos Vault. So the Chaos Vault is where we like to try new approaches to how a Secret Lair drop is offered. This time, you're going to see a lot of the same drop at a lot of different prices. We're already screwed. So, just getting to the end thing. They announced a secret lair called the Prince Charming, which is kind of like this fairy tale, woodblock inspired like look to some of Lorwyn cards. So they sent 4, and they are released at different prices. So, for example, if you want them, non-foil had $9.99 to $19.99 to $29.99 to $34.99 to $39.99. And foils started at $19.99 all the way up to $49.99. And they put here at the end, all Prince Charming listings, including non-foil and foil editions, contain the exact same cards and contents at every price point. The only difference between listings is the price. Higher price listings do not include anything extra.
I
We're starting off with a banger, aren't we?
God, it's such a good thing I didn't read this one beforehand specifically, because I was trying to, in real time, figure out what the distinction was between the prices and what was in what. What the fuck do you mean they're all the same?
Yes. So I don't know anything about Secret Lair, right? So I'm taking my knowledge from what Pleasant Kenobi said. Like, there's actually like a second like smaller pack, which is like, oh, it's kind of like random. Where it's like, oh, you get like an extra copy of one of the cards that could be like a super like edition of the card that could cost like a bunch of money, or you could just get a regular one, like an extra regular one. But even then, I don't know why they're deciding to do why they decided this was a good idea at all.
It's
Or rather, it would be a bad idea, except according to their site itself, if I can find it. Actually, right. Going to Chaos Vault. They're all sold out.
I
So it worked up anyway, right? Would help.
what in the fuck?
Like, either scalpers were really stupid, or actual people really thought, yeah, I'm willing to pay $50 for the same card I could have got for $20, like, too. Like, what are we doing?
Right, like at like the assumption would have been that like some like people got to the page as the other lower prices were out, and they're like, no, I'm really that desperate, I really have to
That, or
own
they
these, I don't
didn't
care if I have
notice.
to pay more,
Or they
or
did
they
notice.
didn't notice.
I don't know how it worked, but it's still like, if I could get these for like $10, I'd pay. Like, honestly, like, you could get something like this for like $10. Yeah, just I'll pay $10. Give me that.
Yeah, as long as you can prove that you can like print to match the demand.
saw something about that, but only Polygon had really talked about it, and Polygon website was eating my. So I was like, yeah,
Joy.
but I couldn't read all of it because it was messed up. Otherwise, I would have put it on here. But they talk about like, oh, they finally figured out why they stopped doing print to demand. For some reason, I think there's talking about like, yeah, it was like very early into the thing. And it's like, well, we don't need to. I think so. Like, we don't need to do it anymore. Whatever. Like, I have to go back and read it, and I'll probably put an addendum for next week's show, for next time about it. But it's like, oh boy, I so love basically paying more for the same thing someone else got for cheaper on the same website.
On the same website.
Which, keep in mind, all these are just like reprints, alt arts, nothing really crazy. But could you imagine if they did this with mechanically unique cards?
Oh. Oh, Lord.
Like, this opens up a very, very nasty precedent. And it's like, why on earth would we ever do this? Oh, yes. And
Actually, we're not boiling the frog fast enough.
I did get to put this in. One of the best MTG players passed away, Kai Bood. One of the best players in the world. Won Worlds in 1999. They really studded player at the beginning of the game and passed away. So, R.I.P. That's a piece of like card game history that's gone now. So move on. So Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh. The primary thing here is the February 5th update for Master Duel, celebrating the 4th anniversary of the game. Yeah, that's right. Master Duel has been around for 4 years.
And all of my bones just shattered.
So they've had exchange tickets, yada 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 yada. They also have the thing for you can get a sprite deck if you do the. I had the yawn there. You get a free sprite deck if you do the Rookie Returner Follower campaign. Also comes with sleeves. And then you also will eventually get a login bonus, which will give you a Dark Magician and a logo. I forget what they're called. And also the 4th and the anniversary tickets, which will give you a royal rare from these few, I believe, these specific sets. And then they also are doing bundles, which is like the main big thing here. There's an IP Masquerena bundle, which gives you a IP Masquerena mate based off of the alt art, the first one. I'm specifying that for a reason, which is based on this artwork. And you'll get a wallpaper for it as well. Then you'll also get a SP Little Knight, which will also come with a SP Little Knight mate. And if you get both, you will get you will get an alternate arts. I guess you get an alternate mate of IP Masquerena and S-Force Rappa Chiyomaru as an additional mate if you buy both of them. And then there's the I think the special bundle for the dual field, which was based around S-Force, which is neon lit cyber city, so get a cyberpunk world. And you'll also get a Tech Protector for a card we'll talk about in a second, and then you'll also get a coin for Meow Mine. And then they also said, yeah, there's also now an alt art for a second alt art for Masquerena.
Holy shit.
Which is pretty insane. And then also a alt art for SP Little Knight. It's like these aren't the same characters, but they look cool. And the point of that is, oh yeah, and there's also like a thing for K9 for some reason. Like they don't have cars like everyone else, so they're just like, oh yeah, here you get a bundle including the collector's file for K9, which is funny because this is not even an archetype that has like one says support to its name. And then you get a Dark Magician collector's file, which is that makes a lot more sense. Which also looks cool. And also they announced a solo mode, a solo gate, where you get an IP Masquerena icon, Meow Mine icon, Chiyomaru icon, IP and SP Little Knight, a pack of IP Masquerena sleeves, 10 Legacy Pack tickets, and 200 gems. And it is apparently has like some animations to it. So it's like, yeah, they're like, yeah, the first animation that isn't one of those the Chronicle series is for a solo mode for IP and SP. So S-Force get the first animated solo mode.
That's fucking crazy to me.
And then also Ashen get a pack. And a Dark Magician pack. A Blue Eyes pack. Gets updated. You know, all the secret packs get updated for all these cards. A new structure deck for Dark Magician. A selection pack for all the powerful cards. Yada. A selection pack for K9, Junk Warrior Extreme, and the Rockets. The Toxic Box Fish is now the Legacy Pack, along with Fish and Bids. That is it for the news on the anniversary stuff. I'm sad because this is gonna hurt me because I am a Cybers player, and so obviously I must get every Cybers thing ever.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I one-tricked Adignister for an unholy amount of time in Master Duel when I actively played. And that kind of just, when you play cyber shit, it bleeds into building other cyber shit.
Whole bunch of other stats too from. I'm trying to think. Where is. Which is crazy because I think the most crazy thing is that they revealed, you know, they showed the high rarity alt arts, but they for IP Masquerena, which looks really good, and SP Little Knight. And then they also revealed a brand new card, which is WP Fancy Ball, which is them on a Link 3 which is basically both of their effects combined.
What the fuck?
So I'm just like, oh no. Like, why did you do this?
Oh, so this is where this art came from. I see.
Yes. Yep. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field or graveyard, you can banish this card to a special summon during this turn till the end phase, negate that effect, and you do banish it. During your opponent's main phase, you can quick effect. Immediately after this effect resolves, link summon a link monster, and if this card you control will be used as material for that link summon, you can also use one link 2 or lower monster your opponent controls. Near play can activate the effects of link monsters in response to this effect's activation.
Oh, good. I I heckin' love Super Polly? Question mark?
Yep. All right, but yeah, it's just very funny that they said, yeah, no, here's here's the thing, here's a card you probably will not see until the next Bane booster, maybe, which won't be for at least another 3 months, or maybe like probably like the I'm trying to remember when does the they might kind of slip this into one of the reprint packs or something. I don't know. Anyway, next up, Grand Archive. Only one piece for here, which is they've announced a developer stream for their capstone set Radiant Origin, which will be on February 22nd at 6 p.m. CST. So if you like Grand Archive and want to know more about Radiant Origin, be there. Which so far this set does seem genuinely like interesting, and is, you know, a lot of decent reprints for the format so that they can actually, like, make it easier for people to get into the game. So yeah, that's kind of really it on that. Anything to say?
I am not especially familiar with Grand Archive, so unfortunately, don't have much to add on this.
All right, that's cool. It's fine. All right, so Gundam. We got a few things for Gundam. So World Championships 2026 rulings were updated for the grand final in Japan, which is in March 14th, 15th. And it's actually in the front of it all. Last edited February 6th. The tournament rules: decks. The use of sideboards permitted in the grand finale. Construct your main deck using exactly 50 cards. An additional 10 cards may be set aside as your sideboard. You're allowed to substitute cards in your main deck with cards in your sideboard during breaks between games. When constructing your deck, add up to 4 cards with the same card number may be included in your main deck and your sideboard combined. And you may include cards with up to two card colors. During each game, the main deck you use must contain exactly 50 cards. After one match ends and before the next match begins, you must return your main deck's contents to the state it was in when initially presented before playing. Decks are subject to inspection by a judge or staff member. If a judge or staff member asks, promptly present your deck for inspection without argument. Note, if your sideboard does not contain exactly 10 cards, you will be required to play without it. In addition to your deck, prepare a resource deck consisting of 10 resource cards, token cards, and yada yada. So they've said that, yeah, the finals in Japan for the World Championship will be using the sideboard rules. Yippee!
Very, very interesting. I had to read again to make sure that they're like how the color combo was handled between main and side, because my brain immediately went to, what if there was a world where someone just smoke screens their second color in exactly 10 cards?
I mean, yeah, I thought
But
you were gonna
no.
say like, oh, they have a secret third color or something. That's like the whole
Well,
sideboard. Because in that
right.
case, it'd
Like
be
that's what I
funny.
was saying. It's
Because
like, yeah.
that'd be funny. Because like, oh yeah, that would just be like, oh, that would explain the new celestial being card. Like, oh, surprise! I went from green to red. I went from purple green to red green.
Yeah, I had that I had that exact thought thinking of like, so this is politely tangenty, but I swear is relevant to this discussion specifically.
Okay.
Has been seeing people I do not interact in the main like Gundam card game Discord, but I poke my head in for like deck discussions just to see what people are cooking.
Hmm?
And Vegan has been paired with like 3 different colors at this point, all of which being like 10-ish card engines of like outside pilots. So I just imagine a world where if this wasn't worded this way, where someone was able to like swap out their entire red shit with like Atherin and Aegis for like lock on and Dynamis. Just something to that effect, because it always seems to be in that 10-ish card engine. But
Out.
that's clearly not what they're going for
Yeah,
here.
no, they want to make sure like, yeah, we're not gonna just have like a tricolor deck just be around crazy. So yeah, that is the rule. That's kind of the major thing right there. More Gundam news. Phantom Aria has officially released their pack cover and the box art, but like uh all really shows like the Destiny is gonna be in the set confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
And
Because
this
this is, I believe, around the same time as the
start,
Ultimate deck?
yes,
Question mark.
will be around at the same time. Yes. So,
Okay.
and with it, we have the Awakened Unicorn Gundam, which is pretty cool, but is kind of like, I mean, kind of like a little sad. It's like, oh, why isn't like anything from uh Turn or Victory being the cover? And fair, but also Unicorn got hoed really bad, so this in set 3. So I feel like this is like the way to make it up for him. It's like, oh yeah, we'll just literally make a super unicorn. Don't ask why he's
It
green.
does. It he's green for an amazing reason. Uh it does strike me as kind of weird that they've done this kind of twice in a row, because like with set 2 being Steel Requiem, you would have assumed, well, being Steel Requiem in the same like in the same set as the IBO stuff, you would have thought they would have put like,
Like the
is my brain breaking on this that I
like
don't, that
Barbatos
they didn't? Yeah.
that they put gave it to G Bucks.
Or no, 2 was dual impact. 3 is steel. I was thinking of set 3. I'm dumb.
Yes,
I
yeah.
think I said set 2. Uh Set 3 being Steel Requiem, and it being like, it was like, it's called Steel Requiem, and they revealed it alongside like Urder Hunt being in it, but like clearly Urder Hunt has so little to it. So I'm like, oh, are we gonna make it like an IBO cover set with like Lupus? Strikes me as odd that they keep mismatching these.
Which now I'm just like, I'm thinking about. I was like, I just thought, I'm like, are we even going? Which now made me question, like, are we even going to get Gallahorn in set 4, at least enough to kind of like think. Because I'm like, I mean, to be fair, like the set 4 reveals are already kind of weird. Like Garma's a pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why? And I can only assume that the Trinities will be in here, so it is very much like they're going to be coming, and they're probably going to be the stuff for red. And turn A is going to be white, so and this unicorn is also probably going to be white. I mean blue, so that everything. So I'm like, Gallahorn is either staying in white or is going to like go into a different color that we don't know of yet. Green belongs to Witcher Mercury.
Right. Because we
So
have what? Green Soletta and then God, I always get them mixed up. This is fucked up for it being my first for being like my first Gundam. Was it Sophie they confirmed initially?
Sophie, yes.
Yeah, okay. No, okay, I remember now why I knew which one was which, and I don't like that that was the reason I remembered which one was Norea.
Okay. Yeah, thing. And then they also showed the package for Destiny Ignition, which will have I think that is I forget which one this is. I could the like Atherin's suit that isn't the Infinite Justice. I'm trying to remember what it was called.
Oh,
Was
yeah.
it the Was it the Savior?
That sounds right.
I'm trying to remember.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, the Savior,
Yeah.
and then we have a Freedom. It is currently unclear if it's a reprint of a Freedom or if it's a whole nother new Freedom.
Right, because if I recall correctly, they confirmed that Strike Freedom is in blue, and I
Yes,
don't remember if it was set 4 or
it's set 5.
5. Okay. All right.
So looks really nice. They also showed off dice that you can get in set 2, which also look really good.
Yeah, they're so fucking pretty.
All right. It's time for the show mandated Bushiroad segment. We're gonna start off with Hololive TCG. So it has been kind of shared that in set 6, which will release June 19th, they have taken so in Japan, there are these still 6 start decks that were apparently really good and had a bunch of good reprints and were good for the overall state of the game. And in English, they're apparently just going to put them all into set 6 in like one super pack. Meaning there's a high chance those reprints that are one of the big reasons that people were saying, hey, you can wait until set 6 to play the game because then you can get some staples that were reprinted. You can get this, you can get that, and you're good to go. Are now probably not going to be available. Among other things like flooding in a all pack set again and messing with pull rates. And so this is brought by Weiss and Chill that brought this over, and they have said they have got a response from Cover saying that they will be passing this over to the Hololive team. That this has been that this is an issue, and that a lot of people have heard that. So yeah.
we just so like, do we think this is a case where if they get enough flack for it, they might actually do like enough flack a la cover side that they do something about it, or like, is this going to be an evolved situation again, where at most we might get a response saying that pull rates are being tweaked?
I assume the latter, mainly because of how probably time and whatnot to just go in and fix everything. It probably is still like early in production because it is like February and they're talking about sending us 4 months later. But I presume the latter. It would be really nice if it was the former and they just like, oh, you know what, fair. We'll put them back.
Yeah,
So, I don't know.
one can only hope. I mean, at the very least, I would at the very least hope that they address pull rates, because the one problem we had, just speaking from Shadowverse Evolved standpoint, because that was the other game that did something to this effect that is within Bushiroad's sphere, is that they didn't really make a statement, to my understanding, about the DX deck sets for Dragonic Duelist and Academy or Academic. Whenever they shoved them into set 9, they just kind of did it. And then we just got to deal with like $40 Earthright shit. But then whenever they started doing them for the combined sets to like shorten the gap between English and Japan, they did make a dedicated post of like, hey, we've heard your feedback, we're adjusting pull rates and stuff, and whether or not it was enough is debatable, but it did create enough of a fuss that they were forced to say something.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that like if Rice and Chill is saying like yesterday, like they got something, it's like okay, it probably might be fast enough where they could probably rectify this, but who knows? I assume like they probably started like the printing process at least, and whether or not it's too late for repackaging, who knows? Because it's like they're like months ahead on this sometimes, which I think that's the telltale sign of your game is probably not going to exist. Is like if all of a sudden there's just no news on product. Battle spirits.
Oh, battle spirits.
Like I saw people like kind of like upset that like, oh, we just got set 3, now you're doing set 4 reveals. And I'm like, I'm glad they're at least showing you something of set 4 because it means that set 4 actually exists. As someone who basically had to wait until like 3 weeks before the set, a month before the set's like official release, that they started doing reveals, and like they would like lump them together like 4 cards a thing, 2 of them being vanillas. Like, yeah, I'd be perfectly happy getting at least a card reveal every once in a while to at least know that the game is still alive.
Genuinely the instance in which no news is bad news.
Mm-hmm.
I am immediately reminded of the fact, or I was reminded recently of the fact that we just haven't gotten any indication of like Skyride Volume 4 happening outside of Japan.
And those usually like a while.
Like
But yeah.
volumes 1 through 3 happened in relatively short succession, and I don't know if that's just like all of those were out so they could do them back to back. Like, very curious, very concerning. Like, yes, in this case,
I would
just show
assume
me
that
grandpa.
Skyride Volume 4 would probably get like announced sometime this month. Coming to English. Probably like probably, like, I would say probably if it doesn't get announced before the anniversary stream, then there might be a problem, or at least like by March, then there might be a problem.
That feels like that's the point at which we have to start asking, how badly did they sell? How much of an impact did Legolas Piece have?
Which is kind of crazy. I'm like, they, because like the whole point of those things was like, yeah, this is how we can easily get like these promos completely in here and be fine. So if Skyride was to be canceled after being released in English, despite them literally being the easiest way you could ever get promos, and it just being easy to just like, hey, just give them to your local library or donate them to like put them in a Goodwill or whatever thrift stores exist. Like everything's like something easy just to do like that. If you don't need the extra copies or don't want them at all, period. It's like you just give them away. Like the fact that we have that easy of a thing is like, and it's like it's still like when it gets sold, it's like, oh, so we just actually just fumbled potentially the best way to get uh Vanguard promos we have had in ages. And that saddens me because there's no other way to explain that.
Yeah.
But I digress. Speaking of Weiss in a way, they've announced no changes to the Weiss English edition list, but they will continue monitoring the regional qualifier events, and based on that, they will possibly implement a restriction list before May for Worlds. Which I don't know what the meta is, but I'm pretty sure. I think from what I've seen, it's pretty much just like Ave Musica and Bane Dream in general is kind of taking over because they printed a combo so strong. It's like, oh, this is very hard to beat. Like it's top.
Couldn't
end.
be our Ave Musica, could it?
And then also, the White Shorts Online game will actually come out this autumn. It'll debut in 2 editions, White Shorts. It'll be available in English, and will be available on Steam and Nintendo Switch this autumn. And yeah, I think something about like these probably having a physical release too, and it's like, what?
Yeah, they had something to the effect on one of the slides about them having a physical with like some promo included. They didn't go into many details, at least on the presentation itself. It didn't look like.
Let me see if I can go to the website and double check that. Just kind of do that real quick. News. Oh, they also said that the theme cup will also be put on hiatus because theme cups just kind of aren't really working that way. So they're just kind of like reevaluating. I mean, it's probably dead.
Yeah, I vaguely remember whenever they initially pitched those or like implemented them, and it almost sounded like the equivalent of like one step shy of the rare battle events that Union Arena try to do, where they limit them to very specific IPs.
So, here's the conference details. Upcoming, Machine, Too Many Losing Heroines, Eminence in Shadow, Bang Dream 10th Anniversary, Uma Musume, They're gonna have Nikkei demo sessions. Oh, is that it? That's actually it. There's nothing else about that. They don't even have the news about the White Schwartz game coming to.
Oh.
Interesting. Well then. Anyway, let's move on to Shadowverse Evolve. Third anniversary. Which will be it's set. A Neo Metropolis, which is a new unique area for Shadowverse, which is pretty nice. Released July 24th. Will be also will be the third anniversary, and we'll have a box topper. Now, cards that may appear as box toppers, which will feature unique hot stamp serial number from 1 to 10, which will be English original. So, yeah. Good luck. For other news, Vania will get a from Dawn and Dust the special card vote campaign. Will get her English edition alt art in this set, which looks actually really good. Probably the best Vania art that exists out there that's official. And it also will be in a matching supply set, which I think we can look there. Let me see how get this. Oh, this is the whole announcement from the thing. I could have found this. I don't know why I did
Yeah,
all
I
such work. I'm sorry.
realized literally just now pulling up Evolve website.
Yep. So, supply set featuring the same illustration of Vania, available for redemption. Supply set deck case, sleeves, and playmat with a storage box. More info about the redemption will be available on our website close to the release date.
Playmat's really nice. I really like the framing they did for all of the where all the zones are normally are on the left and right.
Yeah, this is genuinely good. Dang. And the special vote campaign, which will choose from 1 to 7 heirs of the Omen from Worlds Beyond. And the character highest number will see the English original illustration. So, officially confirming that the Evolve Omens will come into Shadowverse Evolve. Worlds Beyond Omens will come to Shadowverse Evolve. Which, whoopee!
Best news I've heard means that those fucking tokens for the destruction one can't speak in real life.
So there'll also be third anniversary release tournaments. They'll also have a promo card and flares, and then preview trials, which will have their brand new sealed Glory Finder format. Take part in a preview trial with 3 other players. The group will receive 16 packs that include new cards for the Glory Finder format, 32 Neo Metropolis booster packs, a playmat, leader cards, and promo cards. Wow.
Yeah, I missed that this had new Glory Finder cards. I'm kind of shocked that they're like still supporting that.
Yeah, it is amazing how it's like they put all this work into this one. Sort of damn place is still there, isn't it?
Hanging like a guillotine.
Redive is coming. Princess Connect Redive comes August 21st. So Grand Showdown Spring 2026. March for Asia, Europe for March 29th, and April 4th at in Canada for the North America and Latin America one. And then the participation prizes will receive a deck, a kind of like a feature Ania in a English original maid outfit. In a card featuring this art will also be available for players who reach top 16. So you will get a deck carrying box, a promo, and a mat off of that. And then there's a Valentine's Duo tournament. Take part with your partner friend, and you get a exclusive playmat with the artwork of Supersonic Breakthrough. In a participation for Fluffy Angel. And they have a list of all the events and releases coming up till July. So Showers Bowl has a lot of details. Really good. Feel the gravity from the sword. Closer and closer.
It's inching.
All right. And last but not least for the Bushro segment, Carpet Vanguard Set 13 will actually come through with the Freeran collab. So you'll get Freeran, Fern, and Stark in their decks, which is really good. Starting to hear the crash. Next up, Token Rambu Online will come out on March 20th. I think a reminder of this. Features 116 cards and 13 new token danshi that were added to the original game since the release of the one in 2023. So we had 13 new characters. So yeah, here you go. Token Rambu,
Yeah.
the lyrical monsteria for boys.
I was kind of surprised. I don't think they really had much of anything for this from the show outside of like, well, fuck. I mean, I think exactly this slide.
Yeah, pretty much. Stand up the Vanguard. So, the Dragon Go Lord and Blaster Blade Star decks officially have a date of May 22nd, 2026 for the 15th anniversary. Would have been really cool to just kind of got them on this, like a universal release. That would have been cool too.
Yeah, I would have appreciated that a lot. I don't know if it's like.
But I could probably see, like, from what people were
What's the
saying about.
power gap?
I mean, from what people were saying about Dragon Go Lord, it's like, yeah, that might be tier 0. So I probably think that would be probably a good idea. Just kind of delay that just a little more.
Yeah, I was trying to think about like what general time frame these would have dropped in, and I'm like, oh, this is like set 12.
Yeah.
I think we can let the Skyride set breathe before
Or it gets
everything
slaughtered.
goes to shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to put off gravity by talking slightly about the fucking the Drive +1 pack they mentioned on the set 13 post, or oh, or do
Okay.
we just want to cut the rope?
We can see about that.
Because they mention it slightly on.
Yes.
They might.
So
Yeah,
this
they
is something
mentioned it on the free run slide, but also on its
so
own.
they also said this with they said this in Japan too. So this is a box topper for set 13. It contains a double rare or triple rare cards from Paralactic Clash, and you can also get parallels in there as well.
There's one thing I want to see if I can extrapolate from the JP side, because I remember them talking about the Drive Plus One stuff whenever they talked about the reworked like case.
They
Like, well,
announced this before the case announcement.
oh, okay.
Yeah, they announced this, then kind of held off, and then the case announced like I think a week later. Which
Okay, yeah, I found the JP one. I was, for some reason, I wasn't sure if the JP one was just triple Rs or if it was also triples and doubles.
so
But yeah, it is parity with the JP version of it.
which I think is funny because I think different fight said from when he watched the stream and heard them talk about it, it was yeah, this was something that they asked stores like how would you handle car fight Vanguard a little more. They're like, well, it feels really weird to kind of have a bunch of boxes and feel a little more comfortable and having like less boxes or something. So they made that decision. So it was like, it was a store thing.
They, they, I, I could be taking this in like the worst faith way imaginable because I tend to do that sometimes. But this sounds to me like they went to stores and were like, "How would you make Vanguard better? If we had to buy less of your shit."
Yeah. So like the
I
stores, because like, hey, stores can get less. You're not gonna pay more for the boxes and everything to compensate or anything like that. It's just gonna be a little bit cheaper for stores to get cases, and they don't have to pay a
Mhm.
lot for that.
Yeah, I believe the rate was something to the effect of like you they could essentially pay the same amount that they used to pay and get like some number of extra boxes relative to that is my understanding, but it also lets shops that would have less stock that would be inclined to stock less be able to stock it like at all.
Yes, which is cool. I agree. I appreciate that, except for the fact that they said, yeah, yeah, the ratios are not gonna really change that much.
Yeah, that's fucking scary. I'm
Yep,
like,
like
what the fuck do you mean the rates aren't going to be changed when you're like
like
stripping this much shit out of the
like
walls?
from what DF said, he literally heard Knack say, yeah, for people who like buy a case to make sure they get a place and everything, that probably is not gonna work anymore.
Wait. They explicit
Yes,
they
Knack
explicitly
actually
said
said that will probably not work anymore.
like specifically like if you're the type that does like splits, did I understand that right?
Like case, like you buy a case to make sure you have all your cards.
Uh, whoa. Cuz I think about this announcement going forward. I'm just thinking like someone's got to keep an eye on 50 cards. I don't think I feel like he might. Someone's got to keep an eye on that man. Because I
Interest.
can't see how this doesn't like negatively impact places that specifically do like nation split stuff. I mean, I say that in the same breath as the era in which we have the fucking Phantom Order or the Crimson Moon orders to worry about too, but
That's another thing. Like, you announce that you're cutting the cases, that you're cutting the amount of like things getting thing, and instead of like increasing your high rarity cards and high rarities in your deck, you said, yeah, no. In fact, actively said, had one of your employees actively say, yeah, you're basically not going to get play sets from your case anymore.
That's fucking deranged. I can't imagine a world like it. It has the energy of the fucking Damocles hovering over our heads, where I'm like, someone had to say this with a straight face. Like I can't imagine a world like what was going through his head when he had to be like, yeah, if you buy a case for your shit, you might be fucked. And it can't even be a link. Like, benefit that if Gundam ever says some fuck shit like this is that most of the time those are pre-recorded things. Like, link stations are not live streams. But these are. Like, Bushiroad insists on doing it that way. And what would the fucking chat look like in that moment? Not even just DF's chat, but like the JP chat.
Go back and
I mean, I can't imagine it being anything but a bloodbath.
I haven't gone back to watch how the chat popped at that. Mostly because I don't know when that would have actually been placed in the actual story. So it's like,
Perhaps it's best lost to time.
Or now. Not lost to time? Sword of Damocles, it's time.
Yeah, okay. Alright. Back of my neck.
So they have officially given us more details on Premium Weekend. So they've happy to announce Premium Weekend, a brand new way for you to enjoy the premium format. The circuit runs from August 2026 to March 2027, and winners of each event will receive an invite for the next World Finals in the standard format. Day 1, main event. Day 2, community events. Participants can also look forward to receiving promo cards and supplies with exclusive art created for this event. Before we even talk about it, I want to double check the website just to make sure if there's any details that have been added, whatnot. I should have done this before, but you know what? I'm okay with not actually doing it because I'm just delaying it because, all right, ever really kind of do that there. So, any details? Nope. Okay.
I feel like we got a template, like a ZetaZephyr apology form.
For what?
Like, people up to apologize to him for doubting him.
For what? Why would they need to apologize to him for?
Just toss it into the pits of Vanguardians like a pipe bomb.
Mm-hmm. You know who they should also be apologizing to?
Huh.
Me! I warned you for years! Ever since they said they were basically closing out V support, I said it. They were going to do the same to Premium, and everyone told me to shut the fuck up. I've waited years for this. You're going to listen to what I say, and y'all gonna actually understand now that I have finally taken time to really think of an eloquent response to all of this. You're going to sit back, and now I've calmed down from that moment. You're going to sit back, relax, and listen as I carefully explain how we got to this point. But first, What do you think, Z? What do you think? You go first.
I mean, like, on the announcement itself, or how we got to this point?
The announcement itself. Let's start with that.
I mean, there are fewer instances in which I have experienced the purest form of secondhand embarrassment, but like, again, like the Knack quote, how the fuck, what went through their heads when they had to announce this live with a straight face? Well, I guess in their case it was a pre-recording, but like, you read Premium Weekend and you read what the pricing is, and like, I feel like I stared at it for a moment after after I broke down, and like, it's like putting the cube in the round hole. Like, something isn't clicking here. How did we... I know why it is the way it is. It doesn't make it any less depressing. It doesn't make it any less exhausting. And like, I can't help but look at this announcement and just be like, look, as evidenced by a blog post that I think might still exist, I genuinely do not remember. I have in the past been someone that's like, okay, if we assume Bushiroad is stuck in their ways and that this is the only path forward, V Premium was inevitably going to go and lead into other shit. The dominoes falling. But like, if there's anywhere to pin blame at on a primal level, it is higher up Bushiroad. Right? Like, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that, like, at the crux of the issue, Bushiroad has been the primary instigator in this issue.
They are one of the primary reasons. Yeah, I'll say that. Yes.
Right. Like, the amount of vitriol or otherwise indifference towards the pillar that kept other shit up is a byproduct of that.
And what was that pillar?
It starts with a V.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only format I can reasonably play Malkuth in.
Mm-hmm. Continue.
No, it's V Premium died, and the rest of the fucking house came down with it. I'm like, I am trying to tackle this in a way that does not subsequently steal your thunder, because if there was ever a moment that belonged to you, it is this. But I do stand by the idea that, like, the crux of the problem was Bushiroad being stuck enough in their ways to not be willing to implement more V Premium and Premium product. Like, their insistence on like, slowly phasing out the non-standard stuff and not really giving most people a reason to believe otherwise. I think is kind of my main issue with all of this. And I will cut myself off there for fear of rambling on as the undiagnosed neurodivergence tends to enable.
Okay. Thank you for your section of that. Yes. It is just like, it is ironically, see how I put, you remember when people, the Strive, Guilty Gear Strive files got leaked, and people found that there's a Goku in the files of Strive that was the load bearing part of that game.
Yeah.
Where if you remove Goku from Guilty Gear, which makes no damn sense in the first place, like why is it? The entire game crumbles down. Goku was the load bearing weight for the entire game. And guess who actually ended up being Goku for Verifying Vanguard? Oh my goodness. This feels like years of validation piling up, and I get to say it. I get to truly say it. And this time, and while there are very much a bunch of other things we can add, and obviously, I'll admit, how I got to the actual end goal was purely mostly on emotion. But I was right. If you let V Premium die, which gave support to 2 formats, you would not get anything. And it would eventually cause the end of Premium, because if they just let V go, they do it once, they can do it again. They will do it again. They just did. You see this on your screen? They just did it. I told you that 3 years ago. And by you, I kind of mean you, but also like the audience as well. Not 3 years ago, but like at least like a year ago or 2 years ago, I've said that. Look, you know, when we originally had that conversation, I got sent to the ether because I completely forgot to check the the audio files. When I said that, I was like, that's not a good thing. That wasn't a good thing because, well, it was showing like, yeah, Standard was not really giving a sizable enough like support wave to change decks. And so it was pretty much only V that was giving support to these old archetypes and then allowing these decks to really get new waves of support. It was the only part that was genuinely changing the game. Both games, both formats.
And I think that idea too, the idea that like the idea you said both games, that really nails down like the state of Vanguard after a certain point. Like Standard and whatever else orbited Standard were functionally separate games down to like core mechanics, it felt like.
Yeah,
and that was like, part of the reason why Standard was so little support for Premium.
It is Standard was its own game, but it was also very young. So it's like, yeah, it's not going to immediately impact everything. There were a few cards that people did look at. There are a few cards that obviously did come in and make a thing, right? Obviously, like there's like when we got to Premium 4, there's obviously like the Mythiarchs that became like a new engine for Mega Colony that allowed them to kind of survive the Ghidorah hit. and like allow them to actually still be a top tier deck. Eventually that just kind of just happened because yeah, those cards actually are crazy in a area where like they have enough like control pieces to or like advantage to compensate for their weaknesses in standard. Right? That was a good thing because like, hey, a standard deck finally had a nice niche to kind of put in here, right?
It felt like the modern day equivalent of like, oh fuck, there was a DI example. Or like, I guess NLK felt like one of the first initial like V bosses that truly felt like it slotted in and enabled like new shit. Now, granted, that resulted in some
A lot of
fuck ass
toxicity
degenerate
leaks,
loot,
yes.
but yeah, but like it's the same like general idea. I
Yeah.
feel like,
But I mean specifically standard decks like
yeah,
Mythiarts specifically came in, started in stairs. Like, yeah, that's pretty great. There are probably going to be other decks in the future that would or probably do that too. But for archetypes like, say, Blade Wings in V that only really got that one wave and nothing else, there were still a bunch of incomplete archetypes that could have been updated, like, given more support, given actual like fleshing out of their archetype, but never are going to now.
genuinely. Does anyone remember Blue Wings?
I remember them. I have like a deck kind of. I have like a budget deck kind of sleeved down and like the the middle of my coffee table.
Yeah, I was like, I remember that. Like, I thought that deck was an interesting concept, but it was never able to be like,
It never got support ever again
right.
because
It
there's
had like exactly one wave and nothing beyond that. Like, that would have been prime clan collection material.
yeah, easy. It's like you have. It's not even like you didn't run out of ideas, right? Like you still had a whole bunch of other like boss units or you gray ones, gray twos. You can easily like take from and kind of adapt them from there. Like you could have done like a Blue Wings grade 3 boss, which is like, oh, this counts as a heal trigger for the effect of a Blue Wing card, or this counts, or like you can like look at the top summon cards of your deck. You can probably grab like a heal and like put in your hand, or then like you put a card from your hand on the top of your deck or something, and it's like it activates the blue ring thing or whatever.
Hmm.
Right? You could have found a way to kind of combo that to have a real thing, right? Just for blue rings, blade wings. Maybe like you have a mechanic that like helps kind of fix Reiji's problems or accelerates Reiji, but in a healthy way, right?
Right.
Like there's other like there's so many archetypes you can just do. Like say like give Fang more support, give uh what you call like a bunch of other archetypes and decks of these nations. You had so much time. If the point of V is to have like a reboot of those classic cards in a new light or make new archetypes, you have the road runs free. Like it was never like you didn't have any cards to pull from. There's still some Legion cards you could have brought from. There's still some Limit Break cards you could have brought from. Heck, you could have even gone into more G archetypes and kind of like taken some of those like famous cards and kind of updated them. You did it for Udo. Like she was literally just a starter deck boss. Then she became the boss of an archetype, became tier 1. Like the having the actual cards in development wasn't the issue with that. So it's not because they ran out of ideas. There's so many ideas you could put there. But it's like, so it's like, okay, so then why did they stop V? Well, the answer is one of two reasons. One, people weren't showing up to tournaments because they obviously, probably didn't like the format, which I would probably say would be somewhat fair. Like it's been, we just have a new format, give it some time to kind of grow and everything, and then you also have premium, which is a bunch of cards from your legacy and whatnot. Put that in there. B was just kind of in this awkward space, but that awkward space had a purpose. It turns out, and that it was holding up two formats at one time. And if that went, well, guess what? Now it's like the question is, okay, so how do we support premium? Do we just print new strides? Do we print new G guards? Do we print new individual units? And I think the answer is they weren't going to print anything. Here's the joke: they weren't going to print anything, because if they did a V collection, guess what? That supports the main decks of cards. If we had gotten we got V collections every year from when we last stopped, there's probably a brand new meta of decks that exists right now. There are probably like archetypes in G or V that probably got support, and they're probably like in the running for thing right now, as a hypothetical, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, it frees up having to create main deck cards specifically for premium that probably are just going to suck and never see the light of day again. You just wasted all that time. Because at least there's a place to play them. If they didn't work in V, then at least they probably worked in premium. If they didn't work in premium, they probably at least worked in V. And then that leads you to then be like, okay, we can do, a team that can do premium related strides in G guards, maybe some Cranimentals that aren't utterly busted, maybe some orders for the format. Since you brought in orders in late V, you could have done that. And it's like, I feel like if we hadn't stopped there, we could have a whole new era. Like, you could allow these games to keep saying games, but these formats to still live and keep going. And I think we're not in this position where we're at the point where Solemn literally just said, "I'm out. I've been out. I'm gone. Bye." Like, that was a person who was like, you saw him and you saw his love for the game and how much he loved it. Going from that to literally just writing on Twitter, "Yeah, I've been out. Peace. I realized I didn't need this game no more. Bye." Like, obviously, I'm not saying the whole of his words or how he really feels completely,
Right,
but
you're
you know what I mean.
paraphrasing.
I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
But it is very much like him, like, writing off like that. Like, not even like obviously, it's not saying he can't come back, right?
Mhm.
Like, again, like we think about like content creators like Vanguard Insider just missing, Solemn's gone, like if Robbie Cole hadn't made the jump to, oh shoot, okay, it's fine. Hadn't made the jump to also doing standard content because he's like, I still want to play Vanguard. Like, he probably would have been gone too soon.
Yeah.
Right? Like, a lot of the old guard wouldn't have been disenfranchised with the game, because at least there's a place for them to play.
Yeah, it's kind of insane seeing how many faces just like either in the midst of dropping off of it, if not like having already done so, and it just kind of all coming out of the woodworks.
And not to say that some people just be like, I'm able to make Vanguard content because life. I've been doing other stuff for life, right? Like,
Yeah.
Like, Living Proof has 2 kids.
Mhm.
It's like, yeah, I would like shoot. I don't have time for Vanguard. I got kids to raise and feed in 2026 America.
Yeah.
Family to provide for. Sometimes you just don't have that time. Perfectly fine. But it's like even then he is like also kind of like checked out of Vanguard too in that case as well. Right? I've heard like Outer Orange be kind of a little sad about it. You know, Curly is basically is in the game still in the game purely out of spite at this point. Right, but it's like a lot of the old guard, like the mid guard that was like in V, that came around V, like early standard, you know, it feels like they kind of like have faded away, or like are starting to fade away, and then you have like this. So that's a point right there, right? For why V should have stayed, and why V should have gotten the support it did. Right? The amount of work V was doing was secretly what was keeping all these people still in the game to an extent. The second thing is that even I also agree with John on this. Premium could never get a direct line support ever again and be fine. Because one, it's a legacy format. It still has access to every card release in time memoriam. It will be fine. And I agree with him on that. If, in the second part, if Bushiroad had actually put in genuine effort to balance the format with restriction list at least every 6 months. Like, that's at bare minimum what they could have done. It's like, listen, we're not going to give you direct support, but we are going to at least carve out some of the toxic pieces. And as time goes on, you're going to get new cards from standard. And we'll at least carve out some of the toxic stuff that's probably been here and has been need to go for a while. You know, we'll at least give you that. If they just done that, at least just said, hey, we will just keep doing that, that's good. That's fine. Perfectly fine.
Certainly wouldn't have hurt.
It
would have been better than nothing.
But it's like
seemed to be what they were dead set on as time went on.
Mm-hmm. But I think the moment to me that was like, oh, they're actually going to, that sealed it for me in my head. Like, oh, they're actually going to do it, is the fact that we had basically gone like 3 years at this point, and they have effectively refused to create a universal mechanic that allowed for energy to come into premium. Now, whether or not premium needed energy or would have it would have been probably a mistake is a whole other discussion. But the fact that they basically refused to change the rules of premium to allow for standard cards that just kind of made standard only cards. Like, you can play these cards, but they're basically vanillas, or they have a alternate cost that just kind of doesn't work.
The amount of times I have had this exact brand of discussion with friends about them designing shit, intentionally or not, that just does not compute in premium. Whether it be, whether it be printing energy costs, whether it be printing the dreaded your G zone has no cards clause for archetypes or decks that clearly would have wanted a G zone as is premium decks are wanting to do. It's like some of that design wise, like deliberately leaving the generator out of premium, that felt like a more direct action towards like keeping D design out of premium and like starving it for support. But even something even more recently with the fighter icons for the Aichi and Kai decks. Like you realize now we live in a world where like most of the cards in that deck check for a thing that will not exist if you stride over a fighter icon grade 3. Like not even Crystal Luster can copy a fighter icon.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, no,
So it's like they've managed to even pseudo name lock something in a way that fucks over the core way that you would play that game in the Eternal format.
like it is like you said, like I think what made it worse is that they gave it to encounters.
Yeah. And it's like, I understand from a D only perspective, the argument is, God, Jesus Christ, we really do not want you playing these fuckers in stride decks because we are scared shitless of them after we printed Luard and specifically Shiranui. But like, fucking man.
Which, you know, you brought them up. Let's talk about it. Like, once Rummy Labyrinth came out, like we haven't gotten whiff of a stride deck in 1.5 years.
Yeah.
Like we would have got one by now, but we haven't. Like now would have been like the point where we've got one by now. The fact that we haven't is like, are they just done? They're not even gonna bother with like an Alt Mile and Asha one. They're just like, nah.
Yeah, I feel like if anything, I almost wonder if we're maybe part of this feels too optimistic.
No.
Uh
Come on.
a part of me wonders if maybe the thing they were, how do I put this? We got Myrtoa, which was like clear, if I recall. No, Myrtoa wasn't G stuff specifically, was it? Myrtoa was probably older.
What Matura? Exactly.
Myrtoa.
Like the V Miorda or Matura? The promo
Her
one?
like, was she V originally? Was like, did she not have a pre-V version?
No, she had one, but it was like kind of like that drop and
Oh,
draw.
it was like old.
Yeah,
okay,
old.
never mind.
Yeah, it was a drop
All
and
right,
draw.
disregard that thought specifically, but like similar to like them bringing back Legion via D Legion in Standard, I almost question if their issue with strides is less to do with stride decks themselves existing in Standard and them being starter product. Like the fact that it's this style of starter product for Standard that has no synergy with any other piece of relevant, like currently relevant Vanguard media. Like it's like, oh, it's starter product, but it's starter product that's very explicitly aimed at like the boomers. So maybe there's like a world where they print future stride decks, but they just print them as dedicated waves of support in a in main sets to make room for the master deck sets as like pre-built stuff.
I mean,
But I feel like we would have seen something to that effect in a set at this point. Like maybe it would have to be like we get set 15 and two of the big encounters in that set are Alt Mile and Asha, and they just get their full support wave in there.
I'll say like this: if they do that, then yeah, it's 100%. Like yeah, I think that confirms like yeah, no, they are done with premium. Because why would you not? Because why would you know, not have all that? Like because like the point of the stride deck sets was one, you had like this out of box, very competitive thing that showed you a taste of the old Vanguard in a sense, and it also supported these old decks in a sense too, right? Like
Mhm.
All-My Asha and whatnot. Having going from that to we put these cards as a just generic is like kind of like just cards in a set, which you now have to pull, which means you now have to buy more boxes, or buy maybe multiple cases to make sure you have a playset of the cards you need now, thanks to the rule change. It's like, yeah, no, you have to actually work for your power.
Mhm. And see, like,
Well,
I think a change like that might have worked earlier on if they were actually intent on keeping premium alive, because that would have at least, well, okay, you wouldn't have had as big an issue with, like, oh, the stride decks only have one crest maker, so, like, we
mm-hmm.
have to buy 4 of a deck set just to get a play set of the load-bearing card that makes this deck work in the way it clearly wasn't meant to in premium because of the existence of G-Guards and the like. Uh, but I feel like if they would've that would've worked fine if they'd have done it sooner and they were intent on keeping premium around, because then, like, premium players have even more and would have another incentive to like actively engage with standard like main product, not just be like, oh, here's this, you get your 1 or 2 deck sets every year and then you just stop engaging with standard product because most of it isn't like designed in that capacity.
uh,
It's not a perfect solution. Like ideally
no, it's
standard cards would still be designed in a way that would like, if they wanted standard and premium to be the only two, which wouldn't have necessarily worked with how intensely powerful gifts were to premium as a format. Like they would have needed to like design standard stuff much more closely with premium play in mind. Whereas now it very much feels like anything that any strays that hit premium from that format are an anomaly, and any anti-synergy, barring the lack of energy generator in premium, very much just feels incidental. Like premium is literally catching strays for them only designing with standard in mind.
yeah, it is very much the I agree with you. It's very much like, yeah, no, if they really did want premium players to also interact with standard a little bit more, they would have probably made that change around probably at least by the Messiah one. Because obviously the Messiah one wasn't as strong, but it's like, hey, here you go. From now, like at very least, by Messiah one, if not, then the Luard and Shiranui ones. Because it's like, hey, now we know that this we could both, in a sense, get these premium players to buy more standard supplies, because they can have to come into these sets and actually get their stuff, which means they then probably were like, well, I might try a standard deck that's probably in this set and just kind of go off on that, and maybe they transition into the format a lot more. Perfectly valid in that regard, right? I mean, when they reprinted in DZZ6 the uh uh Chronojet and um Messiah
The Messiah
stuff, it
deck
was like
sets.
that was a pretty good idea, because it was like, oh man, that actually it dropped the price of the crest markers down exponentially, but it's still like, yeah, these are very powerful. So like imagine you did that in the next like non-anime setting. You like, hey, here is a set for Shiranui Luard. You can get all your stuff here, and you buy those premium players now buy boxes, maybe even the cases, to make sure they have stuff they need for premium. And it's like
Mm-hmm.
that means more cases are being opened, meaning more product is there, meaning cars may be cheaper for the regular standard player and the premium player, and everyone's kind of happy. And people, again, more cases mean Bushiroad's getting more money. Cheaper cars means players are able to play their cars right. Everyone's happy. We all winning. Yeah.
What could have been?
Mm-hmm. And I feel like this is an issue with the fact that, well, I think just this is an issue with both the higher ups, and I'm specifically talking about the elephant in the room,
Mm?
and about the fact that I don't know who the current Carvite Vanguard producer is that isn't the English producer, which is Shinichi Tara, who is the president of Bushiroad Global.
Yeah, it sure would be nice to know who the fuck is at the front of the ship.
Which I have
Wouldn't it?
looked, like when the original when Keitamori left, there were, when they split it into two, they had the English producer, which was Shinichi Taira, who has been at Bushiroad for years. Right, like we've seen him. And then we also had I'm forgetting his name, but we had that person with their name. He was on the stream, he made a speech, and outside of I think one other time, we have not seen him since. And I have checked multiple times on the Bushiroad like lineup of like higher up of like their like I I, I guess like kind of like this. I don't want to say like the C suite, but more like their executive like team. His name is not on there. Shinichi Taira's name is on there, but not his. So, which is weird, is like why is the Japanese producer Bushiro just suddenly missing from anything that would probably have him on there? And we have not been made notice that that has been the case. It really makes you question what the heck's going on there. It was like, do we even have a Japanese producer? Does Shinichi Taira like control all of Vanguard now? Is that what happened? And something happened. They just couldn't explain what happened to him. Like, we have no answer because I've done like a couple searches. Nothing's come up about him.
Ira had full control of Vanguard, and this is where both sides of the ocean have landed on this. I've got some choice fucking words for that, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'd be done being nice to him if he had control of Vanguard and he created this. I think it's made worse because we just went through how many things of like there's some really questionable things, but Hololive like had like a couple oopsies. I guess you could call the AI uh what you recall it was like that was an oopsie, but they were like, hey, that was the third party thing. We just didn't do it. We're sorry. We're cutting that up, scratching up, breaking a new one immediately, like almost immediately, like 2 days. Like said this, we didn't know what happening. That's on us. We're gonna scrap that and create a whole new trailer. 2 days, bam, told you what they're gonna do, did it, done. Like also we said with the Weiss and Chill, which is like Weiss Tea Time, which is like, hey, I got a generic thing, but it's still like, hey, you know what? We'll send this over to the Hololive team and see what they gotta say. They at least told you something. And at least was like probably it's going to lead there. We just saw Shadows Evolve. It was like, yeah, no, here's a bunch of cool stuff for the third anniversary. we are trying to make moves and generally push this game. We're trying to push Glory Finder. We're trying to like genuinely like put an effort to this game in the West because somebody there believes in it. And obviously, like if it fails, that pretty much will kill Side Games and Bushiroad's relationship off rip. So, like they're going to do everything in their power to keep that going. Weiss is, I would say, kind of low maintenance. Like you don't really need to do much with Weiss. Just make sure sets release and they're interesting and they're impactful, and hopefully like not so destructive to everything, right? I think that's just perfectly fine to kind of have, right?
Right.
And then but then we have cases like Godzilla, which I have checked. This is the third time since that game's release that they have not gotten a single thing on the English conference. No new set announcement, even though they do announce sets on their Twitter, but like not in the actual conference. Like no actual thing, no details on BCS, Springfest, nothing. They've just been completely missing, and it's just like, why did you bring this game up globally then if this was what was going to happen?
It did. It's funny you mentioned that because I feel like I've seen more from the Godzilla card game from a fucking Shadowverse YouTuber than I have from Bushiroad themselves. I was suggested an Ignidius video on the
Yep.
Godzilla card game.
Igni loves Godzilla. And even he's like, I wish, I wish this game got a lot more love because I feel like it's very interesting. I would like to actually go to places and play it. But like it's big and it's apparently like actually like really decently sized in Japan, obviously. But it's like they've done nothing to support this game in global. And it's like, why did you release this in global in the first place then? And you did it before HoloLive. HoloLive had to wait like another 6 months. Now they're like a year behind. They're a year behind Japan. Like, if there's a game that should be like at least had a global release, or at least been like, hey, listen, we're going to release HoloLive. We're going to probably do like a accelerated schedule until we get to matching up with Japan in some capacity. It should have been HoloLive. Like you have covers resources. You have covers big names. You have like you telling me you can get Nori Calliope, those two like Fox girls, and Narissa Ravencroft on a stream to yap for 10 minutes about this game, but you can't actually get this game out in a reasonable manner? Godzilla can't get a single thing? Because they're not cheap, I guarantee you that. Like, as much as I want to be like, oh, they probably do the greatest in heart, yeah, but they also like some money. But cover, they would do it because of heart. Cover probably would be like, hey, you gotta pay us though for this appearance fee.
Yeah, I just don't know what they're thinking. If they're thinking.
And then we lure this back into the other upcoming, the second albatross around the neck. Not albatross, the Damocles sword. Power World is coming to a worldwide release in July. How? That would be when we get to, and not only that, they announced that they're going to immediately start doing tournament scenes for that game in autumn. You know what's in autumn? BCS. You know what that means? that barring some unknown thing, if we stay at where we are, the 4 games for Bushy Road Championship Series, the main tournament scene, will be Cardfight Vanguard Standard, Power World TCG, Shadowverse Evolve, and White Schwartz. Godzilla and Hololive will not be in a competitive scene in the global market.
I mean, at that point, I question why they don't just fucking, well, okay, I suppose the answer to my own question would be Fantasy Flight would shove a rocket up their ass if that's the company I'm thinking about. But at that point, I genuinely ask for stuff like Hololive and Godzilla, like, sell them like a fucking board game if you're not going to try to bother doing competitive shit with them on like a larger scale.
To be fair, Godzilla kind of is a board game. But it still like amazes me how they just don't want to market it on their own show. Like, you choose what gets there and you don't market it. But you'll probably spend like at least like $2,000 or like hundreds of dollars, if not maybe like $1,000 or $2 on VTubers to talk about a game for 5 to 8 minutes. Yet Vanguard will get 5 minutes for everything. We'll probably get 5 minutes max for some things. Like, I think what pissed me off about the Mori Calliope one was not just my bias against Mori for some things. That's a whole different story. But also the fact that she kind of just like that, it was like she kind of just kind of like not stumbled, but like she was kind of like, it was very slow, and it was like, I feel like I'm not gonna be trying, hey, rush the girl, but it's like, hey, you know, we can probably speed this up, you know, like
they tried to, whenever they have the talent on, they try more or less to have the talent present in their own the way it feels like most people recognize them as. And that results in certain talent hamming shit up far more than others. Like, that was the exact same shit I was talking about last night when we went through the English conference, and I'm like, yeah, no, out of all of the presenters for this block so far, like, Narissa is by far the most, like, chill or otherwise, like, can I say medicated? Because that's what I want to say of the bunch. That it just results in a much better flowing show.
So let's kind of move on from there. But the point is, but now we're going to get into Power World, and it's very obvious that Power Worlds is pretty much it's pretty much the other reason why premium is dying. Because we can only handle 4 games, 5 games maybe. We can't actually spend the resources to keep another Vanguard line going if no one's buying product for it and no one is, you know, going to tournaments, which is insanely capped because, you know, outside of America, it's been kind of recorded and said that from like people who do the stats like Sage, that premium is going up in everywhere but America. Like, it may not be like some gigantic numbers, but it's been going up year over year. So it's not even like, so I was like, you know, it's obviously, it's like, it's not like a big thing, but it's like people are still going to premium events. People still want to play the format. So it's not like there isn't like a thing, but obviously there's been less people who've been motivated to play because like they see like, well, there's no major wave of new cards in the format to play. I'm basically just playing the same deck for the past 2 years. And there's barely been any ban list. So I'm pretty much playing again the same deck for the last 2 years.
It is very much a self-fulfilling prophecy on the JP side front, where it feels like you get in that vicious loop of it isn't being supported, so I'm not going to play. Well, it's not being supported by the players, so we don't have a reason to support it. And it just like all of that originates from Bushiroad's own insistence on wanting to try and nuke the formats from like the alt formats from orbit, but
It is. I think this is kind of the thing. I feel like this is mostly because I think Kadani is regretting him ever saying we're never gonna rotate Vanguard again. Like honestly, because like if we hit we could have hit like a second rotation by now, and I think we'd be fine. Like we could go crazy and not really care. It's like I think he was. I think the decision was made because I think he and higher ups kind of went like, well, we're kind of this weird spot. Like we already are doing this rotation again, and you said we weren't gonna do it before. So I think they were like, do we either stand on our ground and say we're not gonna rotate anymore, or do we keep rotating? And I think they chose to not rotate against because they're like, well, we keep that line there and be like, we're done rotating. We're not doing this anymore. We're good. We're not doing this anymore because he made that vow that in Japan means pretty much your word is bond. If you break that, you're out. So he's like, I gotta keep up to it. So I think this is pretty much like. So I think this is just like. At the point is like, okay, if there's any main to keep standard stable into the future, he probably made the decision because it's like, well, then we have to think about premium in the same way too. So it's like we just gotta. He probably told Global, hey, you know what? It's time to call it. Like we can't keep thinking about a format only the non-Japanese audience cares about. Even though he has said that Vanguard's sales are like way more from the West than from Japan. Now, how has that changed? I don't know. We haven't seen any like numbers recently about like how sales have been or whatnot. But it is very much a very interesting question on that. But and those like there's a bunch of other pieces, right? Like very much there's more card games that are coming out globally now. Whereas like we got to start carving up, making room for them. Which I thought at this point, Hololive would perfectly be a shoe in to take the premium slot space, but then all of a sudden Power World comes in at the last second with the steel chair and knocks some of these VTubers out the scene. It's like, wait, what? Then so it's like that's one thing. Power World comes in, then I would say the Japanese audience is a factor. If the Japanese audience is a factor, if the Japanese audience doesn't really play it, then it's like, okay, we'd rather cater to the Japanese audience. And so, and that's not trying to be like, any, racism or anything of that sort. Please keep that in mind. That's just kind of how some of that works. That's how I've seen that trend kind of play out. And then, then we just kind of the thing of like, well, we let them kill V. That's still a pretty key moment. We let them kill V. And then this now comes to the final point I'm going to make. And this is probably going to be the most controversial point. Premium died because for the better half of 10 years, the community couldn't get their act together. And you're probably wondering, what the heck do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is, ever since we had the standard premium cut back when V happened, we always had like this weird, we had the format wars, quote unquote, right? We always had this whole thing of like, oh, well, standard sucks, premium is better, even though they just happened around the same time. It's like you were taking it more so. It's kind of, I feel like part of that was just kind of like this feeling of, oh, well, the card pool is much more wider. I can play more decks. I don't have to wait. I didn't want to wait for, my clan to come back in. It's like, okay, that's fine. But then eventually, it's like, okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But it became eventually less of this feeling of, well, I wait until my clan comes in, or there's more cards in the format. And then we were pretty much 3 sets in, and people were like, I actually just don't want to play this format. That format sucks. Mine is better. Blah, 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 blah. You're playing a baby format. And this whole, negative toxicity of standard and premium players just kind of bashing on each other. And then... You okay?
It was a very it was a reminder that a decent number of Vanguard players are Zale era Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Yeah.
Like the way Yu-Gi-Oh players for the longest time and even up to this point treat the existence of alt formats definitely shown through.
See what? Anyway, but back to my point. So we had this. Then we got the D era, V era, and then premium split that happened. And then I'd argue it kind of got worse. Because now you have, and this is kind of where we are, which will eventually lead us today, is because you now have standard players who are like, oh man, look at this, the ride deck's so cool. I don't have to worry about ride thing or anything like that. And then you had, anything like that. I'm cool, I'm chilling, I get new stuff, woohoo. And then you had premium players like, yeah, but you're playing a baby format, woohoo. We still got strides, we still got all this whole thing, we still got a bunch of combos, it takes a bunch of skill. We play in a superior format. The only thing we don't want is the over trigger. We want it gone, specifically in our format, because it's a bad mechanic, which, regardless of what you feel of the over trigger, like, I think I remember seeing that post of, like, at this point, people don't even stare at the over trigger. They don't get upset at the over trigger. They stare at you blank face. Like, we can find it a little bit better, but it's like I'm on a roll here. And then V players, past a certain point, then kind of got looked at like Gundam Seed fans, like they actually are a blight upon the earth. It's like, your format is genuinely irrelevant. It sucks, and it shouldn't exist. You don't deserve rights. Everything, and it came from both D era players and premium players at points. It was like we were getting ganged up on. Like, damn.
It's almost impressive, really. I don't know how the fuck it managed to come full circle in such a self-destructive way.
Mm-hmm. And so, guess what? When he eventually died, everyone cheered, right? People acted like everyone was cheering. Woohoo! it's gone. Finally, we're free. And it's like, congrats, you just lost. Congrats, premium players, you just lost your only means of getting support. And they were like, and everybody was like, no, of course we're gonna get more support. Duh. It's like, we're premium. They wouldn't stop supporting premium. And so now it's like, then eventually just kind of went back to this whole standard premium debate, but this time it's premium players debating the DR players, the DZ players. Like, well, your format's so lame, it's so boring, it's not Vanguard, it's bad, it's ill. Like, you have the overtrigger, ill, get me out of here. Like, how can you play this slop? And you know, regardless of how you
moment.
And keep in mind, regardless of how you feel about the current state of Vanguard, of like standard Vanguard, that's not something you want to hear. So then now, when this happened, I saw a lot of standard players be like, I'm glad it's gone. I hated the player base. I thought y'all were lame. I thought premium has sucked for years. I'm good. And it's like, there. And I'm just sitting here as the person who warned everyone. I'm like, I warned y'all that's how it happened. So my final point of how we got here as the final piece is that the Vanguard community let this happen. The toxicity was just left to fester for almost 10 years. And no, like, actual, like, big name in the community genuinely tried to actually address it. You know, people who we consider leaders in the community. One, because we were very much a bunch of snot-nosed children for about a good 5-6 years straight, right? Like, what do we know about leadership? What do we know about having, like, understanding what toxic is? We're just playing a card game, dog. But now here we are. We all know better, and it's far too late to do anything. But I feel like, but I think it's a lot of the people's problem, myself included, because I'm like, if I saw this happening, I should have made more of a ruckus. I should generally talked up more. That's on me just as much as it is on other people in the community not really pointing this out. Or being like, hey man, you and the premium players have been toxic. We generally need to have a conversation about why we have this. You need to say? You were gonna start something, but you know, I kind of cut you off.
Just in this moment, I'm reminded of the fact, like, you realize, like, setting aside the Strider autos, that P Clan Collection 2022 was the last, like, truly premium original set. Do you remember when that came out? I have it pulled up just to be clear, but I'm curious if you remember roughly when this was.
You said 2022.
Oh, I realized I did. I'm fucking stupid. It's 1 a.m. I'm tired.
Fine, it's fine.
But no, like, it came out in like May and June respectively of 2022. It has been 4 years since the last premium original cards came out. I feel like after the first year or so after that set, people should have started to realize that, like, yeah, okay, maybe we need to be concerned about the prospect of, like, premium original cards and whether or not those would be a thing post V.
Can you look up, because I don't think you can do it in my setups.
Yeah, what's up?
You look up the last V Clan collection.
Ooh, V Clan Collection Volume 6. Ooh, June and August of 2022. So the same year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. And then what proceeded to happen next was the promos. Getting the 2 promos every year for the grade 2 ride fixers, and then the grade 1 heal uh adjudicators, which also now goes to the whole thing. You could have probably made that one a blue wing and made that one a little extra.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, nothing. Like,
Yep. They
honestly,
did the ride cyclers, and then they did the heal guards,
yes.
the grade ones,
By the by
and
the
that
time
was
we
it.
were halfway into the heal guards, like I feel like when the heal guards showed up and we didn't get a single like new product, that should have been a moment everyone should have been like, wait a second, hold on, guys. Everyone should have immediately spoke up like, wait a second, what about, hey, hold on, this is cool, but is there more? Is there anything more? Do you have anything more for us? But I was like, hey, I was told to shut up. I said, let's slide. I was like, hey,
I
I
mean, I
said,
feel
let me
like
shut up.
even that point was probably too late, because at that point it would have been like, oh well, it's been a while since we've had any like V premium stuff in development at all, and then we would have to like dredge back up the like a team that's willing to like work on this shit. I just
Yeah, but everyone's gonna be like, oh, we'll eventually get it.
Yeah, I didn't understand I didn't understand the idea that like I understand wanting to hold out hope for the sake of hope, but like you can only have so much proof thrown in your face until like something's got to give. Surely. At least that's what I thought.
If anything that's taught me in the past 10 years is that, yeah, you could literally have everything shown in your face and some people will still not get it.
It so much of it just comes down to like I I make I make the joke from time to time that like one of the most powerful abilities a Vanguard player could have beyond even the likes of Psyqualia is basic pattern recognition. And no one seems to have that ability to like look at the way the way the company handles their product and notice trends and be like, wait, this is looking oddly familiar to shit they've done before to Acts 1 part of the game. Should we maybe be at all slightly concerned that this could affect us? Or no, like why would it affect us? Why would they touch us? We're the lifeblood of the game. We're the
What are they doing to us? We're white. I'm sorry, but I was like, it was too easy. It was too easy,
No,
but I'm so.
I know, I understand. I get it. I wish people could have wrapped their heads around that idea sooner, that like y'all aren't that safe. Like in no world were you not next on the chopping block. And after a certain point, like once it crossed a certain threshold, I kind of just had to sit back and be like, they're this far along the process. Like, not to say that I understand not rolling over at that point, but like them being the company that they are, it just felt like there was no world they were going like. Again, it would have had to have been an imminent threat on the game's existence in that moment for the ship to be willing to turn around. In any other instance, in any remote lack of urgency relative to that exact scenario, they stay the course. And this is the result.
You know what allowed them to stay the course? You know what I think allowed them to stay that course?
What do you think allowed them to stay the course?
The era of collaborations.
Yeah. Yeah, that certainly didn't help matters any. That is kind of the next step in printing a bunch of shit that clearly won't see any play outside of standard.
Because I say this mainly because that event happened on the cusp of the goodwill of early divines.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Everyone's excited for divine. Season 1 was like everyone's like, oh my god, Vanguard is back again. We had a genuinely good season. During good season, the decks are fun and interesting to play. Right? People were like, oh my god, this is so good. And then you had, the Quince, and then you had Bang Dream, and you kept having Bang Dream, and you kept having Bang Dream. And then Bang Dream became hot with Ave Musica, and then with Mygo and Ave Musica. And even if Vanguard's anime went down, there were still interesting things that were allowed to exist because, oh wait, the Bang Dream fans will buy this stuff for collection.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll have also other things like the random Love and Berry thing. You'd have Mushi King. You'd have right, Token Rabu still has a audience, otherwise they would have stopped by now.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's buying those Token Rabu sets.
I will trust your judgment on that.
Anyone who's not named Toyo, but
Oh, yeah.
but the point being is like when the collaboration stuff happened, which was around the time when Magic started doing heavy Universes Beyond, like when that opened up and collabs were happening, Vanguard, this is kind of the funny thing of Vanguard. Vanguard is always ahead of the curve somehow, in some ways. Like alt arts, the obviously the multi-layered like tournament circuits. Like Bandai Card Fest wouldn't exist without BCS and Springfest. Uh, having being one of the few card game anime still around, right? Adapting specifically to that and just being like, yeah, we're gonna keep pushing this, even if we have to adapt to the growing state of the market. We're still going to keep the Vanguard anime going consistently in some way. And then, when Magic hit the collabs, then, arguably, Busher was ahead of them already because we had Shaman King, Record of Ragnarok, Token Rabu came back finally, and then Monster Strike.
Mm-hmm.
And Monster Strike being the best deck for a time probably also increased those sales of that set to make sure you got like the cards in there. Being like having one of the best decks, probably like a couple actually top tier strategies in there, allowed it to be the thing and people bought into it, right? It is kind of ironic. There's like Bushiroad has been on the ahead of the curve than most of these companies. And now we're about to see Battle Spirits do a standard and eternal format. come like later this year. Like obviously that's not unique to Vanguard, but it's like no other card game has really done that since. And now all of a sudden here we go, One Piece is on rotation, Bowser is on rotation, because to them they're kind of like looking like you know what, Vanguard's probably right, Magic was probably right. We probably can't keep it, probably also that looking at Yu-Gi-Oh! They probably can't keep an internal format going as the main core of the card game.
Mm-hmm.
You probably do need to kind of cut it off at a point.
Yeah, I feel like even a game like Gundam, because Gundam cards have like similar placement of numbers that are in the same placement relatively as One Piece's block numbers.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I feel like at some point they're going to attempt to implement that. It just may not come as much of a shock as it did for One Piece players, because another Bandai game has already ripped that Band-Aid off.
Like Riftbound immediately said when they were releasing, hey, we're going to eventually implement rotation. Like again, Vanguard was ahead of the game in most of these games. The difference is they create the idea, but they don't innovate on it. Especially when in recent times, like really what's happening is every other game, especially from Bandai, is looking at what Bushiroad has been doing and has been trying to innovate on it. And it's so far, I won't say completely, because One Piece hasn't officially hit rotation and all this other stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh! Arena still is kind of like this weird lineup, but it is very much like a lot of what they do is based on what Bushiroad has done with their games in the past, and they're just kind of like trying to be like, all right, let's do this, but let's do it differently. And right now, One Piece is making more money than God.
Sure is.
Dragon Ball is still somehow alive, despite it having like 2 formats. Digimon is rolling around fine as an eternal game. And all their alt rarities are entirely, wow, magnificent. Meanwhile, we've been pretty much on the same like type of secret rare for the past like 3 years. And our DSRs have gone down since set 4. Like, keep in mind, we had set 1 give us 2 DSRs. We got set 2 that gave us 2 DSRs, both from clamp. Set 3, both from clamp. Set 4, both from clamp. After that, we only went to 1 DSR every single set going forward. And even then, that wasn't even the case. Almost a DSR every single set. Like, there were some sets that just didn't have a DSR.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm trying to think. I don't think was like, and it's like, what happened to the alt arts? Like, we're barely getting alt arts for cards now, if ever. Meanwhile, Digimon is like literally every high rare, like SR or secret, has a alt art card version of it in the set. That is a different art, same character but different art, different stance, that makes the card a lot more desirable. And it's like we've had like little small extra rarities, like the manga rares in the set with Cody Blaze and whatnot. But it's like, where's the interesting stuff? Like Vanguard, it feels like Vanguard has become too like, not only that, like I remember different folks talking about this on a stream, and how like somebody you talked to was talking about like Vanguard just feels like it hasn't used its it feels very I don't say I say sterilized, so I don't think that's what they exactly said, but it's more like where are like the robots? Where are the demons? Where are the monsters being vanguards?
Mm-hmm.
It's like all we have is attractive like men, women, and if we have some weird shenanigans, it's like kind of like basic, right? Zorga was cool, but it's like pretty much everything's there, right? We had like just thinking of last year, like everything was either a upgrade of a previous boss, or the new stuff was just attractive female character or attractive male character, or maybe a dragon here or there. Like it feels like the game became sanitized with its artwork. It feels samey with the argument of everything's just plain generics. The the generic slop. God, I hate slop. Has destroyed everything.
Mm-hmm.
And all this thing, and it's like it really just feels like it is that Vanguard. This is supposed to be a whole discussion about premium, but this is more so kind of like another. I'm gonna look this back a second, but it really just feels like Vanguard's being too samey with its design and its look and everything. It's trying to be very much sanitized, which then leads to which now leads back to probably another reason why they clicked out premium is that premium is scary. Eternal formats are scary to people because when everyone talks about eternal format, it's like, oh, I can't get into, because they probably also looked at Yu-Gi-Oh and how people like bounced off of Yu-Gi-Oh too. It's like, oh, I can't get to Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. It's too complicated. It's too much. There's a whole bunch of cards I don't have the knowledge for, and it's like they probably took that to heart. And it's like, dog, Vanguard has an actual resource system, as an actual means of how turns go, to flow turns, has like limits. Like there's actual limits to the Yu-Gi-Oh card. There aren't limits to the Yu-Gi-Oh card game in the same way that Vanguard does. That tells me you don't even know your own game correctly. If you don't believe that that player who plays standard for at least 2 to 3 years can't jump into premium and be like, okay, I understand the game, the way the game flow. It's obviously going to be different because of a legacy of cards, but eventually I'll get in there. Again, with this, like the start decks that were just all vanillas, it's like you genuinely think your player base are idiots.
Yes. No, but like unironically, that is a big a big part of the problem. Is like they don't have faith in players' ability to like wrap their head around anything but standard. And part of the problem is like with V and Premium both effectively dead. Eventually, power level wise, standard is going to reach a point where it will end up needing or inadvertently end up becoming more complex. Like just in terms of like raw card power and like how many effects you will end up condensing into individual cards. And if that happens, like, where the fuck do you go from there? You either ban the shit out of a bunch of cards that are causing the complexity issues and like just bring the level of the format back down to a certain level and then try to redesign from there. And like that's kind of it, unless you like lie and rotate again and just be like, hey, we are implementing proper set rotation, like not this like stray 1 in a million every like half decade type shit. and we're like, we're implementing this proper, and to make up for and to make up for going back on this promise, the person that made that promise is no longer here. Like we are implementing with this with the expectation that Kidani is stepping down.
Which I don't think is gonna work. Unless I would say he would step down if Power fails or he retires.
Mm.
Which is why they're doing so much for Power World off the rip, because I genuinely do believe that if Power World fails, that's pretty much a wrap for him. Because if you look at how the Western, I've read a lot of those interviews. I read the Newsweek one. I read the one that I think was just a while ago. Everything I read, like some of the Japanese interviews he's done, like he has talked to things and he has said he wants Vanguard to be the leader to the future, right? He wants to make Bushiroad global, make it a global brand, increase all this. And I I believe he says these things. I do not believe he knows exactly what that means.
Yeah.
Cuz we are on the 15th anniversary. We're about what? Let's see if that stream is like I think it's the 24th or 26th. We're about 2 weeks away from the anniversary stream that will we joke about being like the quote unquote we're sorry stream for the 15th anniversary whole thing, that debacle that happened last month. But if, and I mean this as honest as I can, if that was the genuine case he was saying, then this wouldn't have happened. This wouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have, or at very least, there would have been moves to make sure that to make sure that not just Vanguard Premium didn't die for nothing, but also that there was genuinely an attempt to globalize Bushiroad, the company. Like why is the global office in Singapore, which is like barely like a skip's throw away from Japan? Why is there not another office in Europe? Why is there not another office in America? Two big places in the Western market that are very important to Bushiroad, especially America. Why is there no thing there at least in either America and Europe, where they can actually have we have the resources, we can do we can print cards, we can print cards easier because we have access to printing presses. We have easy way to actually kind of transport these places because they have multiple means of getting them there on faster, right? We have a team that is on site that can actually make moves and potentially have more tournament scenes. Why is there nothing there that actually says you're actually trying to make that effort? And I hate that there's apparently a rumor that they stopped that. One, because when COVID happened there, and two, they were afraid of leaks. And it's like, if you're afraid of leaks of your card game at this point, then find people who are leaking and get them out of here. Like, if you're that scared of them, just get rid of the people out of here. Hire different people, hire new people. Hire more people to actually generally get the job done. And if the higher up can't do it, then you either need to replace them or get them some help. You have to give them resources. This is the biggest problem. What I think is Bushiroad is that it does not seem like you have the resources to increase the global, to increase your global marketplace, which is not true because you actually have gone up in revenue. So you have the money to actually increase this, but you're a company in 2026. You actually don't care that you have more money so that you could hire more people to expand your thing. You just want more money to please your investors. You don't actually care about global increase in Bushiroad's name. You're saying that because it makes the line go up. I don't believe you, Takaki Kadani. I don't believe you on the cusp of your 60-something birthday. I don't believe you as being one of the presidents and CEOs of Bushiroad for almost 20 years. I do not believe you. Until you prove that to me. Nothing will change with this game. Nothing will change with this company. Nothing will change with anything, which is even crazy. Until you, I need you to lock in, bro. I need you to actually lock in. We're tired of playing with you. Like, we're tired of making these memes about you being, oh, look, there's Kidani, he's our dad, that bullshit. Like, no, that nigga is not my dad. That nigga is that nigga is the homie. That nigga is a boss. That is a person whose job it is to make a good product, and he ain't doing it. He's a bum. He is a bum who is only still here because it's his company. If anyone knows higher ups are smart, they would have probably packed him up years ago. So yeah, Premium is dead. And everybody killed it.
Well, I suppose there is no better time than any for me to share the knife that I have been slowly sharpening in the background.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you let off with load bearing Goku and I just kind of rolled with it.
Oh, this is good. This is great. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hold on.
I really think the piss yellow P Clan collection in the back as the background really ties it all together.
Can I say this openly? This is great. I love this. Rip Premium 205-2026. We told you so. Wait a second. What's the hollow? Is that the Godzilla logo too?
No, I put the Pal World one in one of them.
Oh.
I just zoomed in really hard on the card for one of the shots.
Oh my goodness. Yep. I'm saying this is too. I'm saying this is Zeta too. This is good.
Also, please don't question the Shin Megami Tensei 5 font. I looked in my font folder that I normally use for Pixel Lab, and literally all my other ones are missing.
It is fine. It is perfectly fine. Okay. Well, that is it for the news at that point. Uh, yeah, that's yeah, that pretty much ate the bulk of the podcast. We were pretty much like on pace to end like in 3 hours, and then we are now an
I
hour and a
think
half
it
later.
I think it got the time it deserved.
Yeah, I
There
guess
was a
so.
lot of pent up emotions that needed closure in some capacity. Bury the body, as it were. Say the words at the podium.
When you say closure, I just say the beginning.
Yeah, I know.
I'm trying to figure out how to close this out.
So, like, I had this thought earlier on whenever you made the initial allegory. Remember we talked about the Dainsliffs, right? Was the Damocles also an allegory for fucking? Or like, I couldn't remember what they were called before, but it's been the thought's been hovering around in my brain the entire time.
What an insane out of context thing to say. That was 5 podcasts ago for a clip. Like, what? Uh,
I couldn't find any other better place to bring it up. So I was just like,
uh, Pour on yes. Listen, you stabbed me twice this episode already. I had to get you one time.
it's fine. We might have an act one where Elaine is the focus. If Kondo remembers.
It's not a Kondo remembers, it's a Kondo wills it.
Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know. I think there might have been a world where you could like on recording side, you could have just ended on me asking, was the Damocles an allegory for fucking, and just hard cut.
You know, if I was a little bit wittier, I probably would have. But
I'm like,
I'm still debating on do we do a small Vanguard anime discussion, or do I just kind of call it there?
I hmm. I mean, is Zeta back for the next one? Surely he's not on a ship for like 2 fucking weeks, right?
He
Or do I
should
not know how this shit works?
he should be back by then.
I mean, alternatively, it could just be a case of like you two just have more episodes to recap on in one shot.
That is true. But he did at least he did say like he did kind of like give me like a bit one like point that he kind of like wrote up.
Oh,
And it's like since he can't make it to the podcast, like hold on, see. Yeah, let me just edit that real quick. Yeah, okay. I have put that on the thing. Spoiler warning. Um, so his statement, which is this Divines episode completely breaks the rules of the season in half.
I yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I disagree per se.
So his other thing, and I asked him to elaborate. He said all moral stakes in doubt can be resolved as long as Hikari keeps beating the phantoms.
I you know,
If the Message is
I,
weak enough, they can just weaken their powers without erasing the phantom. And I asked him, like, eventually they'll have to deal with Gabelius. He said, sure, but I prefer Hikari lose sooner rather than later, just to avoid the why don't we just throw Hikari at them question.
yeah.
And when he said
Yeah.
that, I got concerned because he is in a sense completely right. Why would we let anyone else fight if Hikari can just beat them and just nullify uh the issues of them immediately kind of fading away into their original self. Not to mention, technically, depending on what the new Liel says, she's also a counter to Alphard Phantom because she'll just PG his super Phantom skill attack. She renders him useless if she goes into Ketterliel. Which we don't have a full confirmation she can just do, but if she can, she just beats Ryuga and then goes back to Odium Liel and takes care of Kurumi. Or was it Kanami? I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure Kurumi is the Phantom one.
Yes, and then she just fight Kurumi. She doesn't have to die immediately, and then we have to deal with Gabrielius later. Then we can deal with Gabrielius later if we can find a reason to prevent the to kind of like allow the worlds to combine. It's like I it's like when you think about it, it is very much like, yeah, no, Hikari's presence is actually going to ruin the story if she isn't taken out soon. Because she is just she is literally a Deus Ex Machina.
I'm sorry. It cut off at
Rather,
just the right timing that I thought you called her a Deus Ex Machina. So I suppose that's just Riffistor, but
I mean, shout out to Riverstore also creating this problem.
they're like, oh, it's just happened
She
to
just
happen to
saw it
jog
light
by.
up. I've now gained the power of two white women.
God, if they were not, if these writers were not Who, if I had faith, that's the best way for me to put it. If I had faith, because the back half, or like the very tail end of the episode, ends with Gabrielius being like, if you're gonna cause shit, I'm just gonna fucking take care of you myself. And there's one of two ways that could go. That is, that shit happens like immediately after next like episode after next. Like after, can we talk about the preview for the next episode? It's
Yeah.
not much of a preview.
Yeah, I mean, they
Where
literally
like
trying to hide
Michiru
whoever it
fights
is.
who I presume is Phantom Donji. Just because of the way that Michiru like vaguely describes the character. It could be Yu, but I don't think they're gonna do Yu. That would be too cool.
I feel like it'd be too early for Phantom Yu.
Yeah, that too. I'm like, I think it would also be fitting to just for the back-to-back episodes being the Megami and Donji episodes.
I mean, it could also, like, people are also speculating, it could also just be Ruka too. Because Wonder Hill was her idea for the whole time, so.
That's fair. But I just like, it's like you either immediately have Gabrielius fight Hikari and take her out, which feels weird because then like we've made this big deal about Hikari being back and like being this like Katara earring fusion of both timelines versions of her and like being this magical out to all of the like stakes and like emotional like again just like emotional stakes involving all of this, only to then immediately shelve her like almost as fast as Makoto.
Yeah.
Or they say like one way or another, I think Hikari and Gabrielius with Gabrielius winning is going to happen. It's just the question of, do you shotgun it now and make her coming back do functionally nothing besides, I mean, I guess piss off Akina enough to want to fight Gabrielius and have a reason to fight Gabrielius beyond just getting back to their reality. Or do you save it for like the end of this core, like the end of this half of the season, and like that be the cutoff? Like the final fight of the season is the Mythish fighters losing Hikari to Gabrielius. But then that is like, okay, how many fights have they had with the Phantom fighters that haven't involved Hikari, and how do they explain her not being the one to do it? Like it loops directly back into Zeta's point about it. And I'm like, yeah, there like maybe really is no good answer to this, unfortunately.
Like, Hikari coming back is like, I think it's fine, even though I was like, I want to see how this plays out because, you know, I don't want to be like everyone going like, oh, this, like, they can't find a way to write Akina to have his growth be like anything, et cetera. Like, this said, like, right when Akina's like apparently about to do something, like, past season 1, they mean, like, Hikari shows up and basically cleans up his mess. Which is like, this is like, oh no. And then this episode happened, I'm like, and then he said that, I'm like, oh God. The only way this makes any like fathomable sense here is that they do take her out, but then it's like, well, what the heck is she here for then?
Like,
what?
to print a new Liel. And to their credit, like, conceptually, I think Liel Animus is sick as shit. I think that's a really cool way to tie in both halves It certainly makes the Master Deck sets make a lot more sense, relatively speaking,
Yeah.
because they have explicitly pointed out from the card preview that Animus only copies Amorta and Odium. So, fuck Draconis, I guess.
Well, I mean, Draconis doesn't exist in this world. Draconis
So.
is Erica and Gabrielius.
It
And if
is.
Gabrielius is not here,
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
so you're
It's
just
just a
back to
very
Amorta.
funny justification for them not reprinting Draconis in that deck set.
Like, yeah, don't worry, you won't need it. Just spend $80 for a playset.
Do
Wait,
we do we know what the DSRs for set 13 are?
it's blue clear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was
Now,
like,
if
do we
they,
have room for another Hikari DSR?
they'll probably put in next set, I guess. Because, like, why would
They'd
you
like they
not?
do two of them, and one is Hikari, the other is like Gabuelius, maybe.
One, or like one where it's like, oh, it's just kind of like, yeah, maybe.
I'm
I
like, I
don't know.
don't think they want to pass up the chance to like
Sell
put Hot
another.
Man Gabuelius on a card.
Yeah.
I'm realizing that we haven't really like we've talked so much about like Hikari and like her like presence in the show now and like what it does to the rest of the concept of the season that I'm like, oh right, Megami is also in this episode.
I mean, it's. I mean, well, before I go there, I think the answer is simply because they basically, poochified Hikari. That's why we're trying to focus on it, because her presence is now like, if anyone else fights a Mythish fighter, you're wondering, but why? When we have Hikari, who can just Hikari, or Erica in Hikari's body, who is a top tier fighter in the universe because she got second at the deluxe. She is as powerful as a pro player can be outside of not winning it, which is why it's like, like she is arguably stronger than Mikoto. She is stronger than Mikoto, but Mikoto, like, you know what I mean. The point being, she is stronger than Mikoto. She could probably take Ryuga down. And there's no other reason for any other one to fight, because, like, okay. And it's like, even if she does lose, you still have like, you, even if she does lose, you just kind of like only lost one person technically, because she would have taken Makoto's slot in the team. Like, you still have a whole roster of people. I would assume the idea would be that if they were to take out Hikari, it is primarily to be like, it will, unfortunately, because that's just kind of it's going to be for Akina's growth, because at this point it's like your get out jail free card for the past, every time you've been in trouble, is now gone, because that's what she's kind of been. She's been Akina's get out jail free card. Her coming back in time preventing him from dying. Her coming back to kind of clinch up and save like past Ikari is also one of the reasons why is simultaneously one of the reasons why Akin is actually able to beat Sibylt, but also how we got past Ikari out of her brainwashing. And technically, her being the final fight was like the moment that like actually got him the deluxe win. So in a sense, like yeah, no, she's been his get out of jail free card. Ikari goes, he now has to actually face the consequences of his actions. But I don't think he actually understands that, and that's the problem. Like he's been trying to understand, and that's why I was there. And then now that she's here and Zeta kind of points that out, it's like, oh God. Like this is not going to end well. Because there's no way she survives the rest of the season unless they defeat Gabelius. Like she will not be there looking at that final battle. She can't. If there's any stakes in this plot, she literally cannot be at that final battle of Gabelius unless she is fighting Gabelius and loses.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Megami is overshadowed, not because like she's bad. I think she's besides being the plot point of Hikari can just not destroy the Phantom. They're actually perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
She bypasses the fading, like the locking of the Phantom unit, but it's like, but also like I think she's really fun, and she's not crazy. She's just like she just seems like I would be upset if she left. She was definitely like fun and a sadist.
I don't know how to phrase this in a way that doesn't like paint a target on my back. I was not expecting Femdom Megami to be half of the outcome of this episode, nor was I expecting to like it.
Oh Lord.
I'm like, no, you know what? This is actually kind of sick. I fuck with this. She's also like, the way, like, jokes aside, like them presenting her as like this middle ground where she's not necessarily like leaning too hard towards one side or the other, and like I don't know how else to like. I like the idea of them playing with the concept of the fighters on each side not necessarily being like hard locked to one side or the other. Like it's not all strict opposition to one another, even down to like Kurumi, like still just kind of hanging around and just be like we'll fight when we have to, but like we can enjoy this while we have it, right? Like, and like Megami is kind of just the next step in that.
Yeah.
I
Now, granted, when Kurumi did like hard smile when Mikoto went down,
yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here, but I'll be also glad if you're gone. Like she's like,
It is this like with Kurumi specifically, she feels like it feels like there's a lot of shit they could potentially do with her. Like she's kind of more than any character, she is kind of riding the fine line between the two And like they are very explicitly showing both sides of her on that front. To the point where you have that scene this episode with Ryuga where he's like, which side are you on? And it's like the side that I like. And that in the same episode as them being like, wait, but she's like not a mythish fighter, and Vaserg is just immediately is like, it's like it really only prioritizes whoever's choosing to fight against the Paralactic. Okay, part of this is Persona 5 Royal broke my brain. So they put this exact scenario in front of me, and I'm like, I mean, I guess fucking spoilers for late stage Persona 5 Royal. The moment they revealed that Kurumi was dead, and pairing that with the way she acts in this episode and the info we know, makes me think that they're playing with the idea of her flipping sides. I don't know how likely that actually is, because she has as many scenes where she is very clearly on the side of the Phantom Fighters. But, like, I cannot shake this feeling in my gut that they're like, some motherfucker on this writing staff played Persona 5 Royal. And they want someone to have the Akechi mindset of, like, bitch, you brought me back from some higher motherfucker brought me back from the dead, and I don't like being toyed with. Like I'm almost shocked there isn't someone like that already. And I have to wonder if anything to that effect will like change with her mindset wise as the season goes on to lean closer to that, if it makes sense.
I mean, I feel like that has a lot to probably also true. Like,
Mm-hmm.
like I think the final scene of the intro probably is a key in unlocking Kurumi and her like thought process.
Mm-hmm.
Because like because it is like every time she's like, oh, hey, because every time she's out of the hospital, she's like she's like sort of like breaking the fourth wall. Right, she's looking at the camera almost every scene where she's out the hospital.
Mm.
Like like Akina's trying to look around, cut to her walking, then she looks immediately at the camera, walks, turns around at the camera. Blue Kriya and her unit with the Kanami and Kurumi sitting there. Kurumi's looking outside. Kanami is like looking outside, then turns around and looks at the camera. She's dancing and she's dancing, and then her last scene of the dance is she's looking at the camera. And then her final scene, she's not looking at the camera, but she's looking at the snow globe that has the town in it.
Mm-hmm.
And that reminds me of the show. I don't know if you know the show, but it was the let me look this up. Saint Elsewhere.
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Saint Elsewhere from what I remember, Saint Elsewhere was this old, like kind of like comedy, like drama and comedy from NBC that was like one of the biggest things out there. Like it was crazy. It had 137 episodes, and like it was like one of the first shows of that had like this starred Ed Flanders, David Burnley, Terrence Knox, Howie Mandel, Christina Pickles, Cynthia Sykes, Denzel Washington. Let's see. Like it had a bunch of like people who were big or going to be big, right?
Hmm.
But the ending of that show is notorious for being considered like the worst episode of the series.
Hmm.
So it is called The Last One. So here's the Wikipedia like ending article of it is Westport agrees to take over the running of St. Elgus, which is the hospital that they all are in. When Welgert sells the hospital back to the Boston DOCs, Ella's offered a job in Cleveland, and Craig agrees to go along with her. However, this is like the whole point is like it's all very fast. It's all very quick. It's like, whoa, hold on, we're kind of closing the story pretty fast. The last line is the hospital and the people who work there are revealed to be figments in the mind of an autistic boy who stared at a snow globe with the hospital building inside of it.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Yeah. She's not looking at the camera anymore, but she's looking at the snow globe.
Hmm.
I like thinking about that. I'm like, it reminds me too much of that idea. And I'm like, could it actually be that it's like, oh no, it's not actually, Kurumi's not, it could be, and this is my theory, Kurumi is actually the Mirage card manifested in human form or something similar, in which she's actually
Hmm.
just controlling everything and just seeing how things play out.
Hmm. I could see that.
It's probably not real because I honestly don't think the writers are going to actually like make that work. But it's like
Yeah,
that
it's
being
it,
a
it's a
potential
question of
like
doubting them.
mm-hmm. because like because like Kanami says, like that is my sister, but something doesn't feel right. Like it could be, oh, it's like, yeah, but she's alive and that just feels so wrong. Or it's not really her sister, but it's really the Mirage card kind of like maybe like manifesting her sister as kind of like a god of the world. And just she's just kind of toying with everyone the whole time. Like she's just made her own fan fiction of the Divine's world.
Hmm.
Which, holy crap! Like, which, you know, what a idea to go out on. Like, I know someone, I know that Facebook post talking about like how the vines jumped the shark. It's like, no, if that is true, no, then now we've jumped the shark.
Yeah,
But we've jumped it at the end of the show, so it's like, okay.
That would certainly be one note to end Divines on, and oh my god. I mean, only time will tell, right?
Because
This does have a full 24, like a 2-core 24 episode, right?
don't know. All we know is we have 2 openings, but we don't know when it's gonna come in or what they could do with it. We just don't know.
Okay.
But it is like, I feel like there is a lot you could do with that, and that Saint Elsewhere is like that Saint Elsewhere ending is like, that would be an interesting way to kind of conclude, or rather initiate that part of the conclusion of the story. It's like, oh wow. Because like I feel like I have seen like shows, like series, like try the idea of the snow globe is, a world trapped, a world is trapped inside a snow globe, right? I feel like I have seen that in like media before, but it's like specifically like the way it was set up. It's like, is that what they're going for? Kind of something like that, of like, this world isn't even real to be. None of these worlds were weird to begin with.
Feel like they'd be dipping into some dangerous fucking territory.
Yeah.
They, from my limited exposure and understanding, this concept of like, yeah, what if y'all's world wasn't like real? Uh, you ever heard of a game called Star Ocean 3?
Yes.
I I do not claim to be super intimately familiar with that game, but that is always the textbook example of a game whose like primary twist for so many people jumps a shark. It does more than jump the fucking shark. It launches over it into orbit. In terms of being like, yeah, no, none of this was ever real, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not. I don't think this last Divine season would go as far as being like it was all a simulation the entire time. But
It's like, oh no, because I mean, here's the thing: Star Ocean 3. I know about Star Ocean 3 because that's the one Pat is like saying, like, that game is so, that ending, that whole plot twist is so like damaging. It's like the uh the writers and developers are scared to ever have to deal with it again. That's why it's one so far into the future, into they never actually want to deal with it. Kind of like uh Capcom was with Street Fighter 3.
mm,
It's like it was so damaging to the brand. They were like, we will do everything we can to just never touch it until we absolutely have to, quote unquote.
right.
Because I have heard people say like Star Ocean 3 isn't even a bad game, but it really is just that
Mhm,
moment was just too much.
right.
And I can only assume it's probably like how it's represented in game 2.
Yeah, that's kind of the impression I get.
Because
Like
like,
it's one of those things that I always hear horror stories about, and it's one of those games I technically grew up with that it just stuck in my head. I mean, it's inevitably something that I'm going to end up, I mean, starting. not to fucking go off on a tangent, but Star Ocean is kind of one of those tales of adjacent series that I desperately wanted to try to get into proper. So it's a matter of when, not if.
I played a Divine Force, I think
Hmm.
early last year. I enjoyed it, but you could tell it's like, yeah, they were running on like very little money.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, like, why that series existing in the capacity it does is interesting, but the understanding that, like, Star Ocean as it exists is in part because Bandai fucking ripped the shit off of that original studio that was working on a Tales of Fantasia, like a Tales of Fantasia. And that's why the Tales series exists the way it does today. There's just some big dispute back in the day that lost them, I think, Triace specifically, that they lost the rights to make that game.
Mm-hmm. And they ended up with Square.
Hmm.
Star Ocean is a Square property, so like, yeah.
Yeah.
I think also just like, and then eventually like we got to the current day Square Enix, which is like, if it ain't big budget AAA, it don't matter. I mean, the game should hold, but like definitely
Right.
that era.
Yeah, you basically have to be in a. If you're not one of the AAA big budgets, you have to pray you're a team. Oh fuck, I'm gonna fuck up the name of it. I think it's Asuno, like the Octopath and Triangle Strategy guys,
Yeah.
because they're making that the Elliot that isn't a Craig action RPG.
Yeah.
That was a fucking.
The Octopath
Fucking
Traveler
blame
team.
Star Ocean 3. I blame Star Ocean for 3 for throwing us off on that. But I mean, one game in that series was relevant to the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, uh,
But I
let's not.
genuinely am struggling thinking about like what else there is to nail about this one episode in particular, because it's so much of it is just the Hikari debacle.
The Hikari Albatross. Uh, I mean, I think the discussion about Karumi was very interesting. Of like, what is going on with you, girl?
Yeah, there's a lot of directions it feels like they could take with her based on what they've shown both
And
in episode and OP.
yeah, because I'm thinking about it too, and it's like the way she like kind of acts too. It's like she's like, yeah, we're okay, right? And it's like Economy is like really like weirded out, even though she's not like pushing her away. Because I think she does like, yeah, I do like to at least enjoy the time with my sister, but it's very much like she's like, that is not completely my sister. Something is wrong.
Hmm.
She just doesn't know, right? She's like, I know that's not my sister. I can't prove it. In fact, it's like, right? It's like, why are you hanging out with them? They want to kill you. Like, it's like there is something with her in this whole thing, which is even weird because I'm like, they're saying like, oh, yes, the climax thing. I'm like, when they talked about the Gabelia set, I'm like, I'm not so sure about that because
Yeah, I kind of took that as more like Did they say that was the climax of the arc? Like the
of the
climax of the
Divine's
arc?
Paralactic, but considering that the Lux Finals that they said a different wording for Divine Lux Finals is like it's gonna be I think it's gonna be like the climax of this season probably.
Hmm.
And then it's like, oh, they're actually highlighting. Oh yeah, no, there's like one more season. It's like because I'm like, why would you have two OPs right here? And it's like I don't know. I am just thinking about now. Here we are. We are at episode 5. Look, I don't know how you do this, and then you're like, oh yeah, we still have a now fight. We still have right. We're gonna get our thing fight. But we need a now fight. We need to actually have
I mean, fuck, we don't have a Kagetsu fight yet.
we're gonna fight. We don't have a Getsu fight, and then we still have the Gabelius fight. Like there's like even with all that, like there's just no way you do all of these reasonably. And I still have this kind of like interesting theory that like there's probably going to be a character who has both a mythish, well, up until Hikari came, my idea was like there's probably a character who is both like who has wields both a mythish and is a phantom, but Hikari kind of took that one if we consider that.
Yeah, I almost wonder if there might have been a time in writing this that they didn't like hmm. Like if there was a draft where Kagetsu tests a phantom fighter that isn't entirely on board with fighting for I don't know how that would work though, because like the idea would be that they would have to like win. Cause like if I don't know. You would have to bend some fucking rules that I'm sure they would be more than happy to bend given this episode.
Yeah.
But just like a world where some instance in which they let Kagetsu test a I guess they could spin it as like the Phantom Fighter doesn't necessarily need to win. It's just that Vaserg needs to recognize that the Phantom Fighter is fully dedicated to fighting against the Paralactic. And like they have to see that resolve through them fighting their hardest. And then that is kind of like the angle they would have pitched him bestowing a mythish onto that Phantom Fighter. But I feel like, knock on wood, that might have sailed by this point.
Yeah. I think it would just be kind of like a little bit too much to kind of go through that.
Yeah.
Cause it is like, man, there's still so many characters that are not like that are both gonna be like involved in the manga and just kind of like taken out. I don't know.
Do we know if that Kagetsu manga is weekly or not? Or if just like we know
I don't
when
know.
they come out? Okay.
It might. I don't know. We will probably see like this week or something. I think we'll know by Tuesday.
I'd be curious how long that. Well, I have an idea of how long it would run for, obviously, relative to the show, but just past that, it would kind of outlive its relevance, I imagine.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, we haven't even talked about trails yet.
Yeah, and it's like 2:30 on my end.
I guess we're just gonna have to come back another time and deal with that. At least gives me more time to finish the game.
Yeah, see, it buffs out.
Yep. So yeah, thank you guys so much. We are done with the Out of Pocket podcast. If you made this far, please, like, comment, subscribe, share the podcast and everything. This somehow ended up being a very long one, but we made it. And so thank you all for watching. It'll be up as usual tomorrow. So you have a good night, everyone.
Yep. Have a good night.